Please be seated. All right, I know this is the first opportunity that you have had to appear for jury service, and you watched a video describing a little bit about what jury service is all about, but I'm going to give you a little bit more of instruction about jury service and what to expect here this morning. Service as a juror is an important civic duty. Trial by jury is one of the most valuable rights that we all possess in the United States, and the preservation of this right is strengthened by your response to the call for jury service. Now, I recognize each of you are making some sacrifice by being present here today, and I know that it represents some inconvenience to each of you, but I also believe that you will recognize that jury service is necessary. The system that we use for juries in the United States, I believe, is the best system of justice in the world, and once again, that system is being strengthened by your sacrifice in being here this morning. Now, some of you may be feeling a bit nervous or stressed at the thought of having to serve as a juror. That's a common feeling often expressed by prospective jurors when they come here for the first time. And many people think that they don't know what jury duty, jury service entails, or that they can perform the services as a juror, but I want to assure each of you that you're more than capable of serving as a juror in this case. And it's my hope that you will find the experience rewarding. As I talk to jurors after trials are concluded, they indicate, while many of them didn't want to be here at the beginning, they enjoyed the service and expressed a desire to come back. Now, you've been summoned to appear as a prospective juror in a civil case that's entitled Martin Reese versus R.W. Sidley. Seated in front of me representing the plaintiff is Kristen Krause. And Ms. Krause, would you introduce yourself and your client, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Krause. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Dworkin and Bernstein. Seated to my left is Mr. Martin Reese.
Thank you. And seated at the other table is attorney Sandra Summers. She represents the defendant, R.W. Sidley. Ms. Summers, would you introduce yourself and your client?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandra Summers. I'm with the law firm of Ross, Britton, and Schoenberg. And with me today is Diane Butch. She is employed by R.W. Sidley Incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Gonzalez is our bailiff. You've already met him. It's his responsibility to keep you together throughout the trial and not permit anyone to converse with you during the trial. Kathy Miller is our court reporter. She's responsible for recording and taking down everything that is said in court. It's very important that the witnesses, the jurors, the lawyers speak clearly and loudly enough so that Ms. Miller can hear them. Because people have a tendency to nod in response to a question, you will hear me remind you that you need to verbalize your answer because she has to take down your answer as part of the record. Now, I'm going to give each party an opportunity to give a brief description of the case that you're here to consider today. So I'll start with Ms. Krause for the plaintiff. Ms. Krause?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Today we are here on a workers' compensation matter. In this particular claim, Mr. Reese was working for R.W. Sidley and sustained a serious injury on January 24th of 2019. The injury occurred when he was struck on top of the head, left shoulder, and the neck by a piece of steel weighing approximately, if you go to the testimony, about 50 pounds or so, measuring 20 feet long. As a result of that injury, he sustained several different diagnoses which have already been recognized in his workers' compensation claim. Those diagnoses included concussion, a contusion of the left shoulder, post-concussion syndrome, tear on the rotator cuff, substantial aggravation of pre-existing cassette post-appropriate foraminostenosis, C3-4, C4-5, C5-6, C6-7, and a condition known as occipital neuralgia. These conditions and the injury itself are not in dispute. What is in dispute in this case is whether or not Mr. Reese sustained two additional conditions, and those are psychological conditions. And you will hear testimony about the conditions of otherwise specified depressive disorder and a condition known as panic disorder. To assist you today, there will be expert witnesses on behalf of Mr. Reese, you will hear testimony from Dr. Patrick Gilman. And on behalf of R.W. Sibley, you will hear testimony from Dr. Michael Burke. You will also hear testimony from Mr. Reese. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Ms. Summers?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think Ms. Krause pretty much summed up the case for you. This is a workers' compensation matter. R.W. Sibley does not dispute that Mr. Reese was injured in the course of his work on January 24, 2019. Excuse me. That is not in dispute. It is not in dispute that he sustained some pretty significant physical injuries, including a concussion with loss of consciousness and post-concussive syndrome. Those conditions are allowed in his claim. Again, that is not in dispute. You may hear that Mr. Reese is entitled to participate in the Workers' Compensation Fund of Ohio for those conditions. The issue you have to decide is, did he develop depression, a depressive disorder, and a panic disorder as a result of the physical injuries he sustained at work on January 24, 2019, or did those conditions arise from something else? So your job is twofold. Does he have the conditions that he's requesting, the depressive disorder and the panic disorder? And two, did they arise from his physical injuries that he sustained on the job? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. I'm going to begin by explaining the procedure by which some of you will be selected to serve as jurors in this case. As I said, each of you are undoubtedly qualified to serve as a juror in this case, but there may be something that could disqualify you in this particular case or under the particular facts and circumstances of this case. So we're going to go through a process whereby I ask you questions, and then counsel will ask you questions in order to qualify you to serve as a juror. This part of the trial is called voir dire. It's an opportunity for the court and the attorneys to ask you questions to find out a little bit more about you, to see if you can sit as a fair and impartial juror in this case. These questions are not designed to pry into your personal affairs, but simply to find out if there's any experience in your life or a family member's life that would prevent you from being fair and impartial in this case. I will ask you questions as a group. First, if you have a response, please raise your hand, and then I'll call upon you. But every time an individual is identified, that juror's name or number must be stated either by whoever's asking the question or by the juror themselves, so that Ms. Miller can take down the response of the appropriate person. After I've asked my questions, the attorneys will then be allowed to ask questions as well. And again, they're not intended to pry or be offensive, but to find out if we can get a fair and impartial jury in this case. I'm sure you would understand if someone has personal knowledge of the facts and circumstances in this case, or if they've already made up their mind as to what the verdict should be, that person would not be able to serve as a juror. They would be excused for what is called good cause. After you're done being questioned, I will meet with counsel out of your presence, at which time 9 individuals will be selected to serve as jurors in this case. One of the 9 will be the alternate. That person will not be identified until the close of the jury instructions just before deliberations are to begin. If there's something during the course of this questioning that you don't want to talk about in front of the whole panel, let me know that, and we'll talk privately in order to get your response. Now, those who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with established rules. This applies to the witnesses, the lawyers, the judge, and the jurors. The lawyers present the evidence through the questioning of witnesses, which must be done according to the rules. The judge enforces the rules and determines what evidence may be admitted in the case. At times during the trial, a lawyer may make an objection to a question asked by another lawyer or to an answer by a witness. This simply means the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. You are not to draw any conclusion from the objections or my ruling on the objections. These only relate to legal questions which I must determine and should not influence your thinking. As jurors, you will be the sole judges of the facts, the credibility or believability of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to the evidence. Prior to deliberations, the court will furnish the law, which you will apply to the facts. It is your sworn duty to accept the law as it is given to you by the court. The procedure for the trial is as follows. First, the plaintiffs will make an opening statement. They will outline what they expect, what their evidence will show. The defense will then make an opening statement telling you what they believe the evidence will show. These opening statements are not evidence. They are a preview of the claims of each party designed to help you follow the evidence as it is presented to you. Then the plaintiff offers evidence to support his claim. The defendant may then present evidence in defense of the plaintiff's claim. The defendant will then offer evidence to support their claim. The plaintiff may then offer evidence in defense of that claim. The plaintiff may then offer rebuttal evidence. The trial concludes with the instructions of law and the arguments of counsel. You would then deliberate on your verdict. The plaintiff has claimed that certain facts exist which entitle him to some relief in this matter. A person who makes such a claim must prove it by a preponderance of the evidence. A preponderance of the evidence is the greater weight of the evidence, that is, evidence that you believe because it outweighs or overbalances in your mind the evidence opposed to it. Evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses and the exhibits admitted during the trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts which the court requires you to accept as true. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. Direct evidence is a testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include voir dire, the opening statements, or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You may apply the tests of truthfulness which you apply in your daily lives. These tests may include, but are not limited to, the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the manner of testifying, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity the witness had to see, hear, and know the things about which the witness testified, accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, interest and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding that testimony. Applying these tests, you will assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they were under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testify on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence would be the force and weight of the evidence, regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness believed by you is sufficient to prove any fact. Now, as I said, I'm going to ask you questions first, and if you have a response, please raise your hand, and then we'll discuss what your response is. First of all, does anybody know either of the attorneys in this case? And what about any attorneys from the law firms that they work at? Okay, Mr. May, go ahead. Tell me about who you know.
Anna Parisi.
Okay, and how do you know Anna Parisi?
She's a guardian over you for my children.
Okay, and when's the last time you had any contact with Anna Parisi?
The summer, I believe.
December?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so last month?
Yeah.
All right. And is your relationship with Ms. Parisi and her role a positive or negative relationship?
Positive.
Okay. Now, if you're seated as a, you can let Anna know that.
Right.
Okay. So if you're seated as a juror in this case, with the fact that you have this professional, through the court's relationship with Ms. Parisi, would that impact you? Would you favor the plaintiff more than the defendant?
No.
All right. Would you disfavor the plaintiff more than the defendant?
No.
All right. Would you commit to being fair to both sides and judging this case, the facts of this case, based solely on what you hear in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, does anybody know either of the parties seated at the table with the attorneys? Anybody know me? Mr. Dragar, how do you know me?
I've been a probation officer at the non-municipal court for 40-some years.
Was I on probation or did I practice?
Just your clients,
Okay.
sir.
All right, Mr. Dragar, a very important question. In your interaction with me, did I do a good job for my clients?
Absolutely.
Okay. You have knowledge, obviously, about how this system works, although you were in the criminal realm in the Mentor Municipal Court. But is there any reason you would not be able to be fair and impartial to both sides in this case?
No reason.
All right, would you set aside everything you know about how courtrooms work and how evidence comes in and consider this case based only on the evidence submitted in this court,
Yes.
as well as my instructions of law?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else in the juror box here? All right, let's go back to Ms. Stenger, number 17. How do you know me?
Through the Lake Catholic community.
All right, and when's the last time that we had any interaction, do you recall?
The Athletic Hall of Fame event.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, the gala.
All right, so that was about 10 months ago or so?
Correct.
Okay. Any reason that the fact that you and I know each other, that would have any impact on you in this case?
No.
And would you be able to be fair and impartial to both parties in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Do any of the potential jurors know each other? And are you Mr. Falcone?
Yes.
Okay, who do you know?
Mr. Richard Engel.
All right, and how do you know Mr. Engel?
Work together.
And when did you work together last?
2000.
All right, where was that?
Lubrizol Corporation.
Okay. How closely did the two of you work together?
He was my supervisor probably for a couple of years.
All right, was he a good supervisor?
Yes, he was.
All right, let's suppose that you and Mr. Engel are seated as jurors in this case, and you went back to deliberate, and you thought the case should go one way, he thought it should go another way. Would that impact you at all?
I would not discuss the conditions, evidence, court proceedings with another juror.
Okay, well, when you get back if you're one of the 8 that is picked to deliberate in this case, and you're back in the deliberation room and you're discussing the case itself, okay, if you came to one conclusion as to how it should come out, he came to the other, how would that impact you?
Would not impact me. I would stand by my conclusions.
All right, would you listen to his arguments?
Yes, I would.
And would you consider his arguments?
Yes, I would.
And if you disagreed, still, would you then hold firm with your stance?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Engel, same questions. If you are picked as one of the 8 that deliberates in this case, and you had a different opinion than Mr. Falcone, would you consider his opinion and his arguments?
I would consider his opinion and arguments, but then use that to make my own decision.
Okay, you'd be able to do that?
Yes.
Any reason that you cannot be fair to both sides in this case?
No.
All right, Mr. Falcone, any reason you could not be fair to both sides?
No.
All right. Anybody else know each other? All right, who on this panel has served on a jury before? And I don't mean coming in for the part of the selection, but actually been picked to serve on a jury. Okay, let's start with number 1, Mr. Griffith. When were you picked to serve?
I don't remember the years, but I can give you a little bit of a time frame.
About how long was it, roughly?
10, 15 years ago.
Okay. And where was it?
It was here. Mr. Collada
Okay.
was the prosecutor, so that gives you a time frame of when he was a prosecutor, my next trial, it was Judge Colada.
Was he a better prosecutor or judge, you think?
He was a judge at that time.
No, was he better as a prosecutor or as a judge?
He was much quieter as a judge.
Okay, that's kind of the way it falls, but, so both those, was the prosecutor case, obviously was a criminal case. What was the one where you sat where he was a judge?
To be honest with you, I don't remember.
Okay. Now, when you, if you're picked to serve on this jury, in those two cases, you were given jury instructions to follow at the conclusion of the evidence. Do you remember any of those instructions?
Yes.
Okay. Will you discount those instructions and listen to the instructions that I give you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because those other instructions obviously don't apply. So you would be able to commit to listening to this case and then considering this case on the facts you hear and the law that I give to you.
Yes.
Any reason you can't do that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And who else had their hand up? Ms. Takis, go ahead.
12, 14 years ago, it was a drug case.
And was that in this county?
Yes.
All right. And did that jury come to a conclusion?
Yes.
And you deliberated on that
Yes.
verdict? All right. Would you be able to set aside your knowledge, not your knowledge, but your experience as a juror in this case and consider this case based only on the facts that you find in the law I give you?
Yes.
Any reason you cannot do that? Okay. Who else had their hand up over here? All right. Let's go to Mr., is it Weil? Okay, Mr. Weil, go ahead and tell me about your experience.
It was in Lake County. It was a long time ago. I do not know who the judge was. I do not remember the outcome. It seems, my recollection is it was a traffic, either moving violation or something.
Okay.
It occurred up on 84 near Riverside High School.
All right. So, any reason that if anything comes to mind about instructions or things of that nature, any reason you would not be able to discount that and consider this case based on what you hear today? Okay. All right. And Mr. Dragar, go ahead.
It was a civil trial also, Judge, probably about 15, 17 years ago, approximately. Judge Mitrovich presided. I did serve on the jury, and we deliberated and came up with a resolution.
All right. What kind of case was that? Do you remember?
Personal injury, job site injury type scenario.
Okay. All right. Will you be able to set aside your experience in that case and just consider this case on the facts that you hear today?
Yes.
All right. And with regard to the jury instructions, any reason you would not consider this case solely on what I give you as instructions?
No.
So you'd be able to be fair to both sides then?
Correct.
All right. Anybody else in the back? All right. Mr. Engel, go ahead.
3 times previously, 2 with Judge Jackson, 1 with Judge Parks.
Were any of those 3 cases civil cases?
No.
All right. Now, do you remember any of the instructions in those cases?
No.
All right. I gave you a little bit earlier a definition of preponderance of the evidence, and that is the standard in this case. When you served, and anybody else who served on a criminal case, the standard of proof was beyond a reasonable doubt. Will you be able to consider this case based solely on the instructions I give you?
Yes.
And will you commit to listening to the facts and determining this case on the facts and the law I give you?
Yes.
Okay. And who else had their hand up? All right. Ms. Wanchison?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and tell me about your experience.
Civil case, Lake County, Judge Colada. There was a contract dispute. Deliberated, it was like 2.5 days, and then they settled.
So did you begin to deliberate?
Well, the third day we went to lunch.
Uh-huh.
And then we were held in the room, and then they came in and said that they settled.
Okay. Anything about what you heard in that case that would prevent you from being fair to both sides in this case? All right. Did you feel cheated that you couldn't make a decision after the case was almost done?
Honestly, yes.
Okay. All right.
We wanted more detail.
Okay. Will you have any difficulty discounting the instructions given in that case and follow these instructions solely? Okay, thank you. And who else had their hand up? And let's go to Mr. Binder. All right, go ahead and tell me about your experience.
That was a civil case, I guess maybe 8 years ago. A firefighter who was a paramedic was injured on the way to a call and had gotten money already but had an umbrella coverage, and he was suing his insurance company.
All right. Anything about that case, in your experience in that case, that would prevent you from giving fair consideration to both parties in this case? And will you discount the instructions that you were given in that case and decide this case based only on the facts that you determine and the law that I give you?
Yes.
Okay. And who else? All right, let's go to Ms. Sahlberg.
Yes, about 25 years ago in Cuyahoga County, and it was settled before we walked into the courtroom, sat for 2 minutes, they excused us, and then I settled.
Okay. All right, anything about that would prevent you from being fair to both sides here? Okay. All right, who else had their hand up? All right, Mr. Mahoney, go ahead.
Yeah, about 20 years ago here, Lake County, I think it was a civil, I was an alternate juror.
So you didn't get to go back in the room, huh? Back to deliberate.
Right, I think I just listened to the whole case.
Right. Anything about that experience that would prevent you from being a good and fair juror in this case?
Yeah.
All right. Did you feel cheated not listening to everything and not being able to go back?
A little bit.
Okay. Are you over that yet? Okay. Anybody else? All right. Now, has anybody here ever been involved in any type of lawsuit before, either where you sued somebody or had been sued by somebody? All right. Again, Mr. Weil, go ahead.
Sued around 2001, 2002. I was a partner with 2 others in a computer consulting firm. And 2 of us sued one of the other partners.
All right. How far did that lawsuit go? Did it go to trial?
Yes.
All right. And did you get a verdict in that case?
Yes.
All right. Was it in your favor or not in your favor? All right. Anything about that experience that would prevent you from being fair to both sides in this case? Did you think overall that the process was fair?
The process was probably fair. I just didn't care for the verdict.
Right, okay, fair then. Fair enough. I mean, I could understand that in your circumstance. All right, anybody else? All right, Mr. Gottschall? Go ahead.
Non-payment for real estate.
All right, were you suing somebody?
No.
You got sued?
Yeah.
All right, did that case go to a trial?
No.
Anything about that experience that you had that would prevent you from being fair and consider the position of both parties in this case? Okay. All right, who else had their hand up? All right, Mr. Engel, go ahead.
Probate court guardianship for my parent, for a parent.
All right, was there disputes in that case?
No.
Okay. All right, anything about that process that would prevent you from being a fair juror in this case?
No.
Okay. And who else did we have? All right, Mr. Binder, go ahead.
Obviously, probably 25 years ago, a car accident was settled.
Did you ever have to go to court for that?
No.
Anything about that process that would prevent you from being fair in both? Okay. Did you think that the process that you went through overall was a fair process?
Sure.
Okay. And who else had their hand up? Anybody else? Okay. Has anybody in this group had any type of legal training of any kind? Mr. Drager, are you talking about as a probation officer?
That is correct.
Anything beyond that?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, does anybody have, and I'll try to group this together, any ethical, moral, religious, or philosophical view that would prevent you from sitting as a juror? Now, it's expected that this case will, at the most, will last 2 days, so it should be concluded at the latest by tomorrow. I understand that everybody has work obligations and personal obligations, but beyond that, is there anything that would prevent anybody from being here for upwards of 2 days? Okay. All right, Ms. Milliman?
My son's a specialist doctor's appointment that we've been waiting for months for tomorrow. It's at early afternoon, but still, it's a pretty hard time to get in.
That's your son?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, anybody else? Okay. Does anybody have any physical problems that would prevent them from sitting for periods of time? And just so you know, about every hour and a half to hour 45, there's always going to be a break, and there also an hour break at lunchtime. Anybody have any difficulty sitting for that period of time? Okay. Now, is anybody, as we've sat here for the last half hour, anybody form any opinions on how this case should resolve? All right, Ms. Kraus, it's all yours.
Thank you.
Fortunately, Judge O'Donnell already asked a lot of my questions, so I'm not going to have a whole lot to ask. And as you already got a little bit of an indication of, this is a workers' compensation case. I know you haven't heard much about the case so far, but there is one thing that came up during the questions that Judge O'Donnell asked you that I would like to follow up on. A couple of you, I believe, Mr. Drager, you had been involved, sat as a juror previously on a civil case.
That is correct.
And I think you indicated it was some sort of workplace injury, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember whether or not it was a workers' compensation claim or some other type of claim that involved a work injury?
I don't remember if it was a workers' comp. It had to do with an injury and who was liable, partially liable for the injuries.
Do you remember whether or not the plaintiff in that case was asking for monetary damages?
He was.
Okay. I think that's important because here, we're not asking for monetary damages. That is not what this workers' compensation case is about. In workers' compensation cases, the question that would be posed to you at the conclusion is whether or not Mr. Reese has the right to participate in the workers' compensation system for the two particular conditions that you're going to hear testimony about. It is not a question of money. So I want to make sure that that won't pose a problem for you and that you understand the distinction between your prior jury service and what we're going to be asking for today. Will that be an issue?
Won't be an issue.
And then I believe also Mr. Binder? also indicated that you had prior jury experience on a personal injury case.
Correct.
And I assume in that case that the plaintiff was asking for monetary damages?
Correct.
And again, that's not, this is a right to participate case, essentially a yes or no. Will that pose an issue for you? Will you be able to put aside your prior jury service?
Yes.
Thank you. You may recall that you all filled out some questionnaires at the outset when you were summoned to jury service. And we were provided with copies of those questionnaires that gave us some background with regard to where you live and where you work or where you worked previously. One of the questions that was asked is about prior workers' compensation claims. And I know that just a few of you indicated that you had experience with a workers' compensation claim. Mr. Griffith, I believe you indicated that question in the affirmative. Maybe not.
It's fine, I was sitting there thinking, did I ever have a workers' comp claim? If I did, I do not know what it was about.
Okay. Is it possible that a member of your immediate family had workers' compensation claim?
Yes, my oldest son did.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit, whatever you know about his experience with workers' compensation?
It was actually a very negative experience because it turned out the employer wasn't covered. He wasn't paying what he was supposed to be paying. So the employer ended up taking care of my son's finger on pocket. He lost the tip of his finger.
Okay. And that is obviously a negative experience if the employer didn't have coverage, which is not the case here. We're not dealing with a
I
situation.
understand that.
So is there anything about that experience, Mr. Griffith, about your son's experience that would in any way impact your ability to sit here and be fair to both sides?
I'm sure I could be fair to both sides. I mean, I just thought there should have been a little bit more. The employer was at fault. However, the workers' comp didn't take that into effect at all. And we were fortunate that to correct his finger, the employer did step up.
And is your son doing okay now?
Yeah, his finger's a little crooked, but yeah. It's usable. But it's,
Okay. But you think you can be fair and impartial here if you're asked to sit as a juror?
I've tried to be fair and impartial my whole life.
Excellent. That's all we ask. Thank you very much. I believe, Mr. May, did you prepare workers' compensation claims? Was it you or a family member?
Family member.
Can you tell me anything about that, whatever you know?
It was my mother, a long time ago. She worked at East Hospital and fell, got hurt on the job, and had workers' compensation.
Is there, did you develop any opinions about the system, whether positive or negative, as a result of her experience?
No, I was pretty young when it happened, so I wasn't really, certainly my young teenager, I would say, so it's a long time ago, so not really.
Okay. Nothing about that that would prevent you from being a fair juror here?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lugo. Ms. Lugo's not here. Ms. Lugo?
That was one of the ones that
Oh.
were let go.
After,
Yeah,
oh, thank you. After,
yes.
thank you. Another question that I have, I'm going to pose this to the group, everybody. Is there anybody here that, if injured at work, would not file a workers' compensation claim? Oh, yes.
Amy is fine.
Well, I want to make it proper for the record. Ms. Watchison,
Launches and yes.
can you tell me why you would not file a workers' compensation claim?
The due duties of my job don't really require much. And I'm a clumsy person, so I wouldn't hold that against anyone. I mean, I just trip up steps, and I mean, I have to walk up the steps at work to do my job, but it's not their fault if I trip.
I don't know whether or not it will come out at the trial, but workers' compensation is actually, because now that it's been brought up twice, workers' compensation is actually a no-fault system, right? So unlike car accident cases where the whole issue is who was at fault and what were the damages, workers' compensation is a different system. And I think this is sometimes hard for people to grasp, because it's a no-fault system. So we don't look at fault. Even when the employer may have been at fault, that doesn't make a difference. And even when the injured worker may have been at fault, it doesn't make a difference because it's a no-fault system. So again, here, the injury itself is not in dispute, and the physical nature of the injuries that Mr. Reese sustained are not in dispute. But you will not hear anything today about it, who was at fault, because again, it is a no-fault system. But I do appreciate your responses, and I certainly understand where you're coming from. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes? Mr. Draper, did you file a workers' compensation claim today, Ms. Here?
Yeah.
Can you tell me-
Hopefully I filled it out accurately. I mean, it was a number of years ago, so.
That's okay, I appreciate it. I just overlooked the number, and I apologize. I made it in my notes. Can you tell me about your experience with the workers' comp
It
system?
was a hand injury in the 70s, 75, 1975.
Anything about that experience that you went through that would impact your ability to sit as a juror today?
No,
Thank you, appreciate that. Just the one, that was the only one?
correct.
Is there anybody that through the course of their employment has been responsible for investigating workers' compensation claims or processing those claims? Yes. Let's see here.
19.
Thank you. Mr. Lance?
Yes.
Can you tell me about your role with workers' compensation claims?
Yeah, I oversee, 15 people, and then there's also more people in the plant that we deal with, and so fact gathering and different things, and being involved in the process as it moves along.
And this is in your current role?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been in that role where you've had to gather information for workers' compensation?
40 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything about your experience with that process that would, if in fact you're asked to sit as a juror in this case, that would impact your abilities?
Probably.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell me, and I appreciate that, but can you tell me why that is?
Because I've seen, and I'm not saying it happened in this case, all I'm saying is I've seen people that have tried to, I guess, game the system. We just had an experience with somebody who we were going to hire, but they had some issues with this, and we had to put the brakes on that because of past history, I guess you might say. And so I've seen both sides of it where there's value to it. I've seen other sides where it just seems they'll file for any reason, I guess.
You've certainly seen situations where you felt it was appropriate and the injuries were reasonable and required a claim to be filed?
Yes.
But you've also seen situations where that was not the case?
Correct.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that very much. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Brewer.
Back in the 1980s, I know that was many years ago. I was a operations manager. We did have a accident on site, and wasn't involved with the investigation, but I was involved with filling out all the paperwork and explaining what happened and things of that nature.
Anything about that experience that would impact your ability to sit as a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No, it was an accident. This guy taken care of, and we changed some of our procedures.
Yes, appreciate that. Somebody else raised their hand? Yes. Mr. Calvo?
Yes.
Thank you.
I work for University Hospitals,
Okay.
formerly Lake Health, and
and at the beginning of my career and currently what I do now, I do see and send information pertaining to workers' comp claims. At the beginning of my career, I did submit the information as a registrar in the emergency room, and now I work within health information services, so I'm on the back end of it. I just send information.
So, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. You're not necessarily talking about sending information on behalf of injuries that occur to University Hospital's employees. You're talking about injured workers that would come to the hospital for treatment, and then you would have to send information out about their treatment.
Correct, yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay, so not really on one side or the other, but on the treatment side.
Correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. Anything about that experience, that history that you have that would impact your ability to sit as a juror here today?
No, no.
Thank you. Did I miss somebody? Anybody else? History with investigating workers' compensation claims or processing them? Thank you.
Ms. Kraus, before you go on, I want to ask Mr. Lance, and then you can follow up
Sure.
if necessary. Mr. Lance, how long have you had experience in kind of looking at and evaluating workers' comp claims?
Well, I mean, as a manager, you know, when it comes up, obviously there's fact-finding.
Right.
Conversations with people that might have been in the area when it happened. And then we have a human resource department that, you know, kind of takes it from there. And then as it evolves, you know, we get together and talk about what did or didn't happen.
Okay.
And where the case was, how long it went, you know, so I've worked at the same company for 4 to 5 years, so I've seen a lot of this stuff in this current role. It's been quite a while.
All right. So you have the opportunity then to gather some facts about what occurred, correct?
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
And similarly, if you're seated in this case, you're going to have the same duty. You're going to have to sit here, listen to the evidence, and determine what happened and make a decision on it. And you've indicated that you've seen valid claims in the past, you've seen invalid claims. Is that fair?
That's, in my opinion.
Right,
correct.
right. And so would you be able to sit and determine this case based solely on the facts that you hear in this case and the law that I give you?
I guess, you know, it's hard to answer that question. I guess I would say, without knowing the facts of this case, what I would say is for me, I'm kind of an employee, a company first person, and I would probably tend to lean toward a company versus an individual without knowing the facts because of the things I've seen through the years.
All right, but when you get a call that there was an injury and you're then have to evaluate it, you gather your fact finding. Do you do that with an eye toward favoring the employer?
No, I mean, without knowing what happened, I mean,
Right.
you have to gather the facts first, but like I said, I've seen this happen where it just seems like things don't add up, and as it moves along, and then somebody gets declined for the workers' comp thing, and then you start to see things that are said and happen that just, they don't make sense, and so.
But on the flip side, there are situations where it does make sense, correct?
Without a doubt, for
Yeah,
sure.
so I guess all I'm asking you is whether you can be an impartial fact finder in this case.
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Cross.
Have you ever had any involvement with, we heard a little bit that what's in dispute in this particular case involves not physical conditions, but psychological conditions. Have you ever had any role in investigating any sort of a psychological condition?
No, it's always been physical.
All right, and then knowing that, without knowing anything more obviously at this point, knowing that what you're going to hear about today involves 2 psychological conditions as opposed to something physical that you can see or touch, do you think that that would pose a problem for you to serve as a juror?
No.
And that kind of takes me to my next questions that I want to ask, and this will probably do it for me, but one of the questions on the questionnaire that you filled out asked about whether or not you or a family member has had any issues with mental health. And that's really what this case is about, so that's obviously a very important question for us. As Judge O'Donnell indicated, if anybody doesn't feel comfortable talking, then we can talk outside the presence of everybody. But I just want to assure you that I'm really not looking to ask any personal questions of anybody. I think this is a sensitive topic. But I do need to ask some questions of a more general nature, because obviously we want to make sure that we end up with the jurors that can hear this case without being biased in any way, one way or the other. Without kind of identifying the individuals that answered this question affirmatively, I'm going to pose the question to the group. Is there anybody that, given their own mental health issues or issues with a family member, would not be able to put that aside and make decisions about this case only on what you hear in this courtroom over the next day and a half? Everybody thinks they can do that?
I can't promise. Alicia Milliman?
Yes, Ms. Ray.
I can't promise I can.
Okay.
Like, I can't like affirm that I'd be able to based on, my experience or that I've had with family members.
And you kind of work in this capacity, correct? So you have a lot of experience with seeing people
Every day.
with mental health issues. Okay. I appreciate that. You're going to hear testimony from two different medical professionals, psychologists. You're also going to hear more factual testimony from Mr. Reese. And I understand that we all kind of come into the courtroom with our own set of experiences and things that happen to us. But do you believe that you could listen to the two doctors who are testifying and render a verdict based on that expert testimony as opposed to maybe what you see in your day-to-day practice and work with individuals?
I wouldn't be able to put aside my personal or professional, especially my professional views. Absolutely not.
I understand, but would you be able to listen to with an open mind testimony that you would hear in this courtroom?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Topol, did you do that?
Yeah. I was an EMT basic tech at Lake West for a decade. I primarily worked with our psychiatric population in Lake County. I was attacked multiple times by patients, and I believe that it might be difficult to separate things, though I understand these are disorders, and there's no intent with that. Sometimes people just make a mistake, but it is a very sensitive feelings towards that.
How long ago did you work in the emergency room at
I
Lake
actually left the ER after being attacked by a patient with significant psychiatric issues. I worked in the ER 5 years ago. I did go back during COVID just to assist, and I was placed with more psych patients.
Okay. Was that, when you worked in the emergency room, were you always working with psych patients?
Yes.
Or?
So basic at Lake West, because we were connected, I'm not sure of the name of it now, but it was Windsor Laurelwood.
Right.
Due to the fact that we were connected, we had to do something called a medical clearance to ensure that the patient was not drunk or on any substances. And because of that, they also could be on a 5150 hold, and we would observe them 24 hours a day. And I work primarily with them because basics are a lower step than paramedic.
Okay. Is the 5150 hold something like a 3-day?
72 hours, yes.
Okay, so like a pizza.
It is a pink slip, yes ma'am.
And you actually stopped working there as a result of being attacked?
Yes, I was bitten so severely that they had to sew my finger back together, and an officer within that same case was also assaulted. It was significant.
Well, side note, but did you file a workers' compensation claim?
No, I was done. I intended to leave the hospital at that time. I stayed though, I'm there 18 years, so, but no, I did not file.
Any reason why you did it?
At that time with Lake Health, I was very afraid of repercussions to my career.
Right, I appreciate your honesty on this. And I know, again, sensitive subject matter, you have your history, we all walk in here with our own history on things. I don't anticipate here you're gonna hear any sort of, issues in terms of violence or assaults or anything like that. It's really not the nature of what will be discussed over the next couple of days. But do you believe that you'd be able to listen to Mr. Reese testify and listen to the two doctors, and despite what you've personally experienced, render a verdict based upon what you hear in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, anyone else that believes that either their own personal mental health issues or those of a family member would somehow impact the ability to serve as a juror in this case? Thank you very much. When we had the opportunity with Summers and I to just give a brief opening statement, we just quickly identified the two particular conditions that you're going to hear testimony on. One of those conditions is a type of depressive disorder, and you'll hear some information about some of the symptoms that Mr. Reese has experienced as a result of that disorder. You'll also hear testimony about a condition called a panic disorder. For those of you who are either personally familiar with these types of conditions or have had a family member that may have experienced either a depressive disorder or a panic disorder, is there anyone that does not believe that they would be able to serve as a juror and base your decision on what Mr. Reese says is his symptoms as opposed to what you may be familiar with yourself or a family member? Would that pose a problem for everybody? I see no one indicating. Sometimes I think with mental health, there is a very clear reason why somebody suffers from a problem that they do. Somebody may develop PTSD as a result of a very severe accident or working in the military. And I think there's other situations where people just have those problems and the cause is never identified, or we don't really know why somebody is prone to depression or why somebody is prone to anxiety. In this particular case, we are alleging that it was the injury that Mr. Reese sustained in January of 2019 that was the cause of his depression and his anxiety. For those of you who may not know the cause of your own mental health conditions or those of a family member, would you have any problems in listening to the evidence and being able to possibly render a verdict that the work injury was the cause of his two mental health conditions? Would that pose an issue for everybody? Thank you. As I mentioned, Ms. Helbo, this is not a case where you're going to hear about any sort of, violent attacks or assaults. You're not going to hear about any sort of hospitalization. That's just not the nature of what he has experienced. Is there anybody that feels that because his conditions haven't been severe enough to warrant the inpatient hospitalization, that it must mean that he doesn't really have those conditions or they're not bad enough? Anybody that feels that way? Anybody? As I mentioned, you're going to hear from two different psychologists in this case, and they're actually going to testify not on the witness stand like Mr. Reese, but they're actually going to testify by way of a videotape deposition. We have already, Ms. Summers and I, questioned them and recorded their testimony, and that'll be played back for you during the course of this trial. Those two physicians are Dr. Patrick Yingling, who is with a company called Weinstein and Associates. Does anybody know Patrick Yingling? Nobody? And the other doctor is Dr. Michael Murphy. Does anybody know Dr. Michael Murphy? He is a psychologist also. My final question is that you're going to hear again information about, from both of these doctors about the symptoms that Mr. Reese described and what he told them about, what he's experienced, what he's been through, what his injuries have been. But Mr. Reese has not been able to regularly treat with a psychologist. So what you're going to hear is that each of these doctors had the opportunity to evaluate him, but have not had the opportunity to actually treat him. Is that going to pose an issue for anybody here that Mr. Reese has not had the opportunity to treat with a psychologist for these conditions? No one? Do you have a question? I'm sorry.
I'm just a little bit, I'm confused. He wasn't able to see a psychologist, is that what you're saying?
So you're going to hear, if you're picked as a juror, you'll hear the doctors talk about evaluations that they performed. So discussions with him, testing, review of records, taking the history, but there won't be treatment records. He has not been able to regularly treat on a regular basis with a psychologist. So you're going to hear testimony about the evaluations, but not treatment. The fact that he has been unable to treat, would that pose an issue for anybody? Yes?
Professionally, I would look at it that the evaluation is different from the struggle situation.
Right.
And just have questions that I don't know if I'd be able to ask.
Okay. Knowing going into it that you're not going to have treatment records or testimony from a treating psychologist, you're only going to have the evaluation part of it. You obviously have some personal and professional experience with this. Do you think that you would be able to, if you're picked as a juror, render a decision based upon what you hear as opposed to what you may have experienced in your own personal and professional?
I have too many question marks to say I'd be able to, because my professional mind would have, And I can't put that aside. I've been doing this for too long.
Okay.
It's important to me.
You think you would not be able to be impartial?
Okay.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I don't have any further questions for anyone. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Summers?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just following up on this mental health issue, which is at the heart of this case. I don't want to belabor it. I think counsel covered it adequately. But is there anybody here who either has mental health issues or who has a family member with mental health issues or has worked with people with mental health issues whose mental health issues arose from an injury specifically? Anybody here with that kind of a background? Or did mental health issues arise from some other causes? Ms. Milliman, you seem to have a lot of experience in this area. Most of the patients, I'll call them, that you've worked with, have their mental health conditions arisen from life stressors, I'll call them, or from some kind of traumatic injury?
Some sort of trauma, be it injury or life event. Absolutely.
Okay, a combination of both?
Either or combo.
Sure. What about anybody else? Does anybody have any experience with anyone who has mental health issues that arose specifically from a traumatic injury? Yes, ma'am.
My aunt was...
Oh, I'm sorry, please identify yourself.
Oh,
I can't see
Kim.
you.
My aunt was injured at work by a tow motor, and that led to depression, which led to her taking pills like excessively and committing suicide.
I'm very sorry for that. And if you don't mind answering just a couple more questions, has she filed a workers' compensation claim for that injury? Do you know any
I
of
wouldn't know
the
that.
circumstances?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. And honestly, the whole like depression thing is something that like we as a family said, you know what I mean, like, I don't know if she was going to a psychiatrist or what, but I just know she completely changed as a human being once this injury occurred.
Okay, do you know if she had any other life stressors that might have contributed to
No.
what happened with her?
No.
Do have a couple of general questions. As you know, I represent R.W. Sidley. R.W. Sidley is a company that's here in the county, I believe. Is there anybody here who does not or has never heard of R.W. Sidley? Okay, well, that's good then, I guess, because I can assume then you can be fair and objective as to my client, R.W. Sidley. Is that a fair statement?
I have never heard the name. I've lived here for 1 year.
Okay. Those of you who have heard of R.W. Sidley, do you have any opinions one way or the other, good or bad, about the company? Do you have any experiences with the company, or maybe family members who have worked or have experiences with the company? Have any of you ever worked for R.W. Sidley at any time, or do you have any family members who ever worked for R.W. Sidley at any time? My next question is, I'm representing a company. Mr. Reese is an individual. At some point, the judge is going to instruct you that no matter how much or how much sympathy you may have for Mr. Reese, you cannot allow sympathy to come into play when it comes time for you to make your decision in this case. Is there anybody who thinks they would have a problem with setting aside any sympathy they may feel for Mr. Reese because he was injured on the job? There's no dispute about that. Does anybody feel they may have a problem setting aside any sympathy they feel for him when it comes time to make a decision in this case? The judge is also going to instruct you on the burden of proof. I think he mentioned that earlier in his instructions, in his general instructions. This is a civil case, so the burden of proof is preponderance of the evidence. And what that means is Mr. Reese, because he's the plaintiff, he brought this lawsuit against my client, he has the burden of proof. He has to prove his case by a preponderance of the evidence, which is the greater weight of the evidence. Does anybody have a problem with holding Mr. Reese to that burden of proof? Does anybody think that's unfair? Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for him.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to excuse all the prospective jurors out into the hallway. And I'm going to discuss the composition of the jury with counsel. When you go out there in the hallway, you can talk about anything you want to talk about with each other. The only thing you cannot do is talk about what we've just talked about for the last hour or so. Okay, so go out there. It's probably going to be upwards of 15 or 20 minutes. When we come back, then we'll identify the 9 jurors who will be selected for this case, and the remainder will then be excused for the day. All right, so make your way out in the hallway, and we'll get you when we're ready.
All rise for the jury.
I can't. Well, I'll let you get on. I'll be fine a little bit. I'll deal with it. Try.
Okay, have a seat. All right. Cause excuses, I'm going to excuse number 3, whose son has the long-standing appointment tomorrow, so I don't want to interfere with that. Are there any other requests for cause excusals from the plaintiff?
sorry, I'm looking for the gentleman.
You looking for Mr. Lance,
Yes, I
who
believe.
works at Kerr Lakeside? In the guy that's been involved with evaluating claims before, that's 19, Mr.
Yes.
Lance.
We would ask that Mr. Lance be excused for cause.
All right, Ms. Summers, any response to that?
Well, I don't know that he needs to be excused for cause. I think he redeemed himself in answering the questions and finally conceded that he could be fair and impartial in this particular case.
All right, I'm going to keep him on at this point. I think he's indicated that while he's got his experience in the past, we can't get away from his experience, but he also indicated that he would evaluate this case on the merits, so he'll stay. Any others, Ms. Kraus?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense, any requests?
I only have Mr. May. And look, I know he indicated he could be fair and impartial, but I am a little concerned about his close relationship with Ms. Krause's law firm, given that he, has retained a lawyer from her firm.
All right, Ms. Kraus?
Yeah, actually, he has my understanding of what he had indicated was that Ms. Parisi was appointed as the guardian ad litem. I don't believe that she represents one side or the other. I mean, my understanding of the guardian ad litem is that she is there, serves in the role, essentially, representative of the children. And again, I believe he indicated he could be fair despite that interaction with her.
All right, I'm going to keep him on. He, as Ms. Kraus indicated, he was not somebody who retained the attorney. That attorney was appointed to evaluate whether that's juvenile court or domestic court. So he'll remain. Any others, Ms. Summers?
No, I have no.
All right, so I'll give you some time to consider your peremptories and then just let Bob know when you're ready.
I just have a question, Your Honor, about, so does then juror number 9 become number 8? Does everybody essentially move up one spot, or do you take the person and?
What we'll do is you exercise your 3 that you have on the jurors, okay? So when we get done with the peremptories as well as this cause, then the first 8 from 1 through wherever we get to that remain will be the 8 deliberating jurors. And you'll have 1 more to exercise for the next person in line, who would be the alternate.
I think what I'm saying is it as if Ms. Milliman was never there, or does somebody from the back?
No. We're all going in order, so it'll be,
okay.
So with Ms. Millman gone, right now it's number 1, number 2, and then number 4 would be the third person
Thank
picked.
You.
Okay? Yeah, the ones in the back only get there if we run out of challenges altogether.
Understood. Thanks.
Okay? Witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the opening statements or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You may apply the tests of truthfulness which you apply in your daily lives. These tests may include, but are not limited to, the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the manner of testifying, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, the accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, interest and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you will assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they were under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testified on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence would be the force and weight of the evidence, regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness believed by you is sufficient to prove any fact. It is important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. Do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. You will be provided the numbers to wear. Wear them so the attorneys, the parties, and the witnesses know that you are jurors and off limit for conversation and contact. It may be difficult for you to understand why you may not discuss this case among yourselves until it is finally submitted to you. You will receive the opening statements, the evidence, the instructions of law, and the arguments of counsel. It would be unfair to discuss the case among yourselves before you receive everything necessary to reach an informed decision. You should explain this rule prohibiting discussion of the case to your family and friends. When the trial is over and your jury duty is complete, you will be released from that instruction. At that time, you may discuss the case and your experiences as a juror. The court instructs you not to converse with the attorneys, parties, or witnesses during the trial. Likewise, the participants in the trial must not converse with you at any time until after the case is concluded. If anyone should attempt to discuss the case with you, report that incident to me or the bailiff immediately. Do not investigate or attempt to obtain additional information about this case outside the courtroom. It is improper for any of you to attempt to do so. You are instructed not to read, view, or listen to any report in any media on the subject of this trial. Do not permit anyone to read or comment upon any reports to you or in your presence. Such reports may be incomplete and are often inaccurate. You may only consider and decide this case upon the evidence received at trial. If you acquire any information from an outside source, you must report it. If you realize during the course of the trial you have personal knowledge of any facts in this case, inform the bailiff as soon as possible. During the course of this trial, a number of exhibits and testimony relating to these exhibits may be introduced. You will determine what weight, if any, the exhibits should be given in light of all the evidence. Jurors will be permitted to take notes during the trial. Jurors will not be permitted to ask questions of witnesses. It is a responsibility of the lawyers to present all the evidence necessary for you to decide the issues in this case. You will not be permitted access to transcripts of witness testimony during your deliberations. Please be aware that once deliberations have begun, you may not have contact with anyone other than your fellow jurors and the bailiff. At that point, you will not be able to make any phone calls. We'll give you advance warning when we're getting close to the end of the case, so you may let the necessary people know that you will be out of contact once the deliberations start. You can be reached for emergencies, but if you are called out of the jury room, you will not be able to return. I'm going to give you what is called the admonition. It's a standing court order that applies throughout the trial. I will try to remind you of a version of this admonition at every recess, but if I forget to, it still applies. You have been selected as jurors in this case. We've taken the time to seat a neutral jury so this case can be decided based only on what goes on in the courtroom, not outside influences. You are required to decide this case based solely on the evidence that is presented to you in the courtroom. It is my role as a judge to determine what evidence is admissible and what evidence is not admissible. It would be a violation of your duties and unfair to the parties if you should obtain other information about the case which might be information that is not admissible as evidence. You must carefully listen to and evaluate all the evidence. Do not reach any conclusions until you have heard all of the evidence, my instructions of law, and the arguments of counsel. Otherwise, you will have an incomplete picture of this case. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. The reason for this is you might be given information or an opinion that could alter the way in which you view the evidence or the instructions or even how this case should come out. Such an opinion or conclusion would be based on incomplete or inaccurate view of the evidence and therefore would be clearly unfair. In addition, you must not try to get any information from any other source. This ban on outside information also includes any personal investigation, including looking into any accounts, talking to possible witnesses, or any other act that would otherwise affect the fairness and impartiality that you must have. You must not have contact with anyone about this case other than me and the court employees. This includes any use of social media regarding this case or any aspect of your jury service during the trial. If anyone tries to contact you about the case directly or indirectly, do not allow that person to have contact with you. If any person persists in contacting you or speaking with you, that could be jury tampering, which is a very serious crime. If anyone contacts you in this manner, report this to my bailiff or to me as soon as possible. You should know that if the admonition is violated, there could be a mistrial. A mistrial means the case is stopped before it is finished and must be retried at a later date. This can lead to a great deal of expense for the parties and for the taxpayers. If a mistrial were to be declared based upon a violation of this admonition, the juror responsible could be required to pay the court costs of the first trial and could also be punished for contempt of court. All right, we'll now begin with the opening statements, and then following that, we'll begin with the evidence. Ms. Krause?
Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. I think one of the things that I like about these workers' compensation cases is there's typically more that we agree on than we disagree on. The issues that are going to be presented to you here over the next day or so are relatively narrow. So I always think it's good to start out with a reminder of what are the things that we already know, what are the things that we already agree about. We know that Mr. Reese began working for R.W. Sidley. He worked in maintenance. He began working here in 2018. And then he sustained an injury in January of 2019. That injury happened when he was bent over picking some bolts up off the ground, and a 20-foot piece of steel came from somewhere and struck him on the head, in the shoulder, and the neck. And as a result of that, he fell to the ground, ended up hitting his face on some tow motor forks that were on the ground. He was unconscious for a few minutes. When he got up and kind of regained his composure, caused him to vomit. You'll hear testimony that he actually lost control of his bowels shortly thereafter, and he ended up having to seek emergency medical treatment. Went to the emergency room. He told them about the symptoms that he was experiencing. He was treated, he was released, and he was advised to follow up with doctors. First doctor you saw was the Dr. Brian Juriga in the hospital system, and he continued to see Dr. Juriga for some amount of time. He developed some pretty significant symptoms of a condition called post-concussion syndrome, difficulty with word finding, difficulty with speech, breathing issues, nausea. And you're going to not only hear about some of these symptoms, but you're actually going to have some medical records at the end of the trial that you'll be able to read about some of the symptoms that he was experiencing in the course of his recovery. Ultimately, he filed a workers' compensation claim. That claim was allowed for a series of conditions, and I mentioned some of them during the brief opening that I provided earlier. Some of these conditions have some kind of technical names, which I will tell you, and then I'll kind of explain what they are a little bit. So he had a concussion with loss of consciousness. He had a contusion or bruise in the left shoulder. He had a condition called post-concussion syndrome, which is the symptoms he continued to have following the concussion. He had a partial tear of his rotator cuff. And he had a condition, which is kind of a long one, known as substantial aggravation of pre-existing facet hypertrophy and foraminal stenosis at C34, C45, C67, C56, and C67. These are several different levels in his neck. So he sustained significant injury to his neck, and you will also hear that as a result of that injury, he actually had to have neck surgery with an orthopedic surgeon. He had that in May of 2020. These are all things that we agree upon. There is no dispute as to these issues. What is in dispute is the psychological impact that this injury had on him, given this very serious injury. Now, you're going to hear some about the ongoing physical symptoms that he continues to have. He continues to have significant headaches. He continues to have pain that kind of goes up through his head. He continues to have shoulder pain. He But the real dispute here is about the psychological symptoms that he began having and continues to have. And in 2001, Mr. Reese was examined by two different doctors. One doctor was Dr. Patrick Engel. Dr. Patrick Engel is a psychologist, and he examined Mr. Reese upon request to see whether or not there was, in fact, some diagnosis, or more than one diagnosis, and if so, what was the cause of that diagnosis. You will also hear from Dr. Michael Murphy. Dr. Murphy examined Mr. Reese also in 2021 at the request of R.W. Sidley. Dr. Reese is also a psychologist, or Dr. Murphy is also a psychologist. Both of these doctors performed an evaluation. That evaluation consisted of meeting with Mr. Reese, asking him what was wrong, asking him what his symptoms were, reviewing medical records from the injuries that he had and the treatment that he had. Both of the doctors took history about his childhood and upbringing, his work history, about whether or not he'd been in criminal trouble, whether or not he had any prior mental health issues. And both of these doctors also administered administrative tests to Mr. Reese. Not the same test, but you'll hear testimony that the tests that were administered by each of these doctors were similar in nature. Dr. Yingling, who spends about 70% of his practice treating patients, concluded following his evaluation of Mr. Reese that Mr. Reese was suffering from two different psychological conditions. And these are conditions that are diagnosed by a manual called the DSM. The DSM is a diagnostic manual that tells psychologists what the symptoms are of a particular medical condition and how one goes about diagnosing that medical condition. In this particular case, Mr. Reese was diagnosed by Dr. Yingling with two different conditions. The first condition is titled an otherwise or other specified depressive disorder. This is a condition, Dr. Yingling will tell you, that is characterized by a depressed mood, by disrupted sleep, by fatigue, by loss of energy, by lack of motivation. These are all symptoms that Mr. Reese experienced and described to Dr. Yingling during his evaluation. Dr. Yingling also diagnosed Mr. Reese with a second medical condition, also found in DSM, the diagnostic statistics. That condition is what's known as panic disorder. That condition is characterized by symptoms such as anxiety, a racing heart, sweating, shakings, trembling, shortness of breath, chest pains, nausea. These are symptoms that Mr. Reese began to experience following this injury that he sustained in January 2019. Dr. Yingling will testify that not only did Mr. Reese develop both of these psychological diagnoses, but based upon his evaluation of Mr. Reese, he believes that the cause of the psychological diagnoses was the injury that Mr. Reese sustained in January of 2018. Dr. Murphy, on the other hand, will testify that he performed a very similar evaluation of Mr. Reese, yet during his evaluation, he concluded that Mr. Reese did not meet the criteria for either the panic disorder or the other specified depressive disorder. Dr. Murphy will tell you that the basis for his opinion is focused on some inconsistencies that he learned of during his evaluation. Number one, when Dr. Murphy asked Mr. Reese about whether or not he had any criminal history, Mr. Reese explained to him that he previously had a DUI, but he didn't tell him about another issue that he had about 7 years or so before. That, to Dr. Murphy, was significant. Dr. Murphy will tell you that when he reviewed the medical records and talked to Mr. Reese was taking some medications at various points, medications that were prescribed because of the injuries he sustained. Dr. Murphy felt that some of Mr. Reese's symptoms that he was experiencing maybe could have been caused by the medicines he was taking as opposed to the Murphy will also tell you that in the tests that he administered, that some of the, what they call the validity scales in the tests that were administered, indicated that Mr. Reese was either over-reporting some things or possibly under-reporting other things. Now, Dr. Yalen will tell you that in looking at the big picture, he still believes that despite those inconsistencies, that Mr. Reese has a depressive disorder, has a panic disorder, and that those conditions were caused by the injuries of January of 2019. I also want you to keep in mind when you hear Dr. Murphy talk about his extensive background, that Dr. Murphy spends most of his practice performing evaluations. Unlike Dr. Yingling, who spends most of his practice treating people, Dr. Murphy spends most of his practice performing evaluations at the request of companies like RWC. We'll have the opportunity to talk to you again at the conclusion of this case. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Summers.
Okay, so I prepared a little bit of a slideshow for you because sometimes I think it's better to see and hear at the same time what I'm trying to convey. So I hope this helps you. I am not a tech expert. I'm going to do the best I can here. So as counsel indicated, there are some facts that simply are not an issue that you do not need to be concerned about. R.W. Sibley does not dispute that claimant sustained, or Mr. Reese sustained, a work-related injury on January 24 of 2019. He sustained some pretty serious physical conditions. Ms. Krause enumerated those. Specifically, he sustained a concussion with loss of consciousness and post-concussive syndrome. Those conditions are not in dispute. Mr. Reese is allowed to participate in the workers' compensation fund for those injuries. The neck injury, the shoulder injury, and the concussion. The issues before you are, does plaintiff suffer from other specified depressive disorder, recurrent brief depression? That's a mouthful, so I'm just going to call it depression or depressive disorder. Does he suffer from a panic disorder? So, first thing you have to do is listen to the evidence and come to a decision as to whether he indeed suffers from those conditions. Then you have to determine, again after you've reviewed all the evidence, did those conditions arise from Mr. Reese's allowed physical conditions? That is, the physical conditions that are allowed in this workers' compensation claim. If you find they did, then you find for Mr. Reese. But if you find that those conditions did not arise from the physical conditions allowed in the claim, if you find that these arose from something else, or if you find, as the evidence may suggest, that he actually had those conditions before he was injured at work in 2019, then your verdict has to be for R.W. Sibley. So there will be 3 witnesses in this case. Mr. Reese will testify live. As counsel indicated, we have 2 experts, Dr. Yingling and Dr. Murphy. They will testify by way of videotape deposition that will be played back here in the courtroom for you. As you're listening to the 3 witnesses, I would like to have you keep a couple of things in mind. History and psychological testing. So what do I mean by history? Ladies and gentlemen, when you go to a doctor because you have a problem and you don't know what the problem is, the doctor asks you a lot of questions. The doctor may ask you, how long have you had this problem? The doctor may ask you, have you had this kind of problem before? The doctor may ask you, well, what precipitated it? Were you in an accident? Did something happen that caused these symptoms to appear? The reason they go through those kinds of questions and the reason they're looking for all this information is that they cannot make an accurate diagnosis and they cannot determine what the cause of your problem is unless they have a complete and accurate history. And both Dr. Yingli and Dr. Murphy will testify that in this case, they did not have an accurate and complete history. Remember, they get the history from the patient, or in this case, the person they're evaluating, Mr. Reese. And their testimony will be that they did not have a complete history at the time of their evaluations. Second is the psychological testing. So what these doctors do in order to assess a person who's alleging a psychological condition, they take the history. They do a mental status exam where they ask, in this case, Mr. Reese, did you have any of these kinds of problems before? What kind of problems are you currently experiencing? They also administer psychological testing. This is like a test that you all have probably taken in your lifetime, maybe a test back in high school, for example. A test where you answer questions and your questions are graded. You're assessed a score based on your answers. That score is then sort of compared to the history that was given to you to determine, in this case, the psychologists try to determine, is there some over-reporting or exaggerating of symptoms, for example? That's critical. Or is there under-reporting of certain factors or stressors that may have contributed to the mental status of the patient that the patient doesn't really want to talk about? So those are the things I want you to keep in mind as we go through the testimony here. Sorry. So what are we going to learn about plaintiff's history? In 2012, this was about 7 years before his injury at work, he was convicted of a DUI and he was sentenced to jail time. He attended an alcohol program after that DUI conviction. In 2014, just about 5 years before the injury at work, he was charged with aggravated menacing of a boss of his at the time. That charge was reduced to disorderly conduct. He was convicted of disorderly conduct and sentenced to some jail time. He had a second conviction, actually, for disorderly conduct in 2014 after an altercation with a police officer. He was actually diagnosed with depression and anxiety in 2017, about 2 years before the injury at issue. He was said to be having panic attacks as early as 2017. This is 2 years before the injury at issue. And this is all going to be presented to you by the way of medical records in some exhibits that you're going to be given at the end of this case. In 2017, he had been prescribed Paxil. Why is that important? Because Dr. Yingli, Mr. Reese's expert, will tell you that Paxil is used to treat depression and panic disorders. So he had started taking that 2 years before his injury at issue. And that medication didn't work out for him, so he was prescribed another medication by his then treating physician, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. Now, why is all of this important? I don't care that Mr. Reese was convicted of a DUI or disorderly conduct. That's not important to me, but it's important to the experts that are going to testify in this case. And that is because when they take a history, they ask, and again, because we're talking about a mental condition or conditions, when they take a history, they want to know about life stressors, things that have happened to you that could possibly cause you to feel depressed or anxious or have panic attacks periodically. Most of this information was never related to the two experts who are going to testify in this case. There was a mention of the DUI to Dr. Murphy. However, Mr. Reese never told him that he was sentenced to jail time. Dr. Yingling, the plaintiff's expert, didn't even know about the DUI until after the fact, or it was mentioned in passing to him. I don't think either of the experts knew he had been sentenced to jail time for this aggravated menacing charge reduced to disorderly conduct. It was again mentioned in passing as, I had some issues with the boss, I got over it. Certainly, the experts did not know about the second disorderly conduct conviction, and I can tell you they did not know about the depression and anxiety in 2017, the panic attacks in 2017. Dr. Murphy did know about the Paxil in 2017. However, Dr. Yingling, I should say, he wasn't told about the Paxil until after his evaluation, sometime later. Dr. Yingling will testify. He saw the plaintiff, and this is plaintiff's expert. He saw the plaintiff on one occasion, on July 6th of 2021. He has never provided any treatment to the plaintiff. He never saw plaintiff again after 7/6/21. He was never asked to reevaluate the plaintiff after some of this information about plaintiff's past mental health history came to light. He did not know that plaintiff had been prescribed Paxil before, 2 years before the injury in 2019 at RW Sibley. And I want you to keep in mind, because I think this is important, at the time of his evaluation, claimant was taking, or Mr. Reese, he's the plaintiff, was taking, I'm used to saying claimant because that's the term we use in workers' compensation. I apologize, and at this level, he's the plaintiff. But at the time of Dr. Yingling's evaluation, claimant was taking 4 different medications. I'll try to pronounce them all. Atenolol, lisinopril, tizanidine, I think is how you pronounce that, and trazodone. These 2 medications are to address high blood pressure, and Mr. Reese does suffer from high blood pressure. The tizanidine was prescribed for muscle spasms, and the trazodone was prescribed for depression. Well, here's the problem. He's taking all of these medications when he's evaluated by Dr. Yingling, and guess what? All of these medications can cause symptoms of, you guessed it, depression and panic disorders. And in fact, trazodone, which is an antidepressant, can cause depression, and Dr. Yingling will testify to that fact. So you can see the medications can mimic depression and cause symptoms similar to panic attacks. And this is something that the defense expert, Dr. Murphy, points out in his evaluation. He's got so many medications that it's hard to tell what is affecting him and what isn't affecting him. At one point, he tells Dr. Murphy that, I take one of these pills and I'm out for hours. It's a sedative, essentially, and a depressant. So Dr. Yingling, during his testimony, will tell you that he agrees that some of his test scores could be an indicator of plaintiff exaggerating some of his mental health symptoms. However, then Dr. Yingling will go on to testify that these test scores that he came up with, based on the questions that plaintiff answered, were adjusted in some manner. Here's the problem I have with Dr. Yingling's testimony. He will testify he never produced the scores of the psychological testing that he performed on plaintiff. He knows the scores, but he never divulged them to anybody else. So we don't know what these scores were. We don't know how those scores were adjusted. And without knowing those scores, we can't compare those scores then to the history that the plaintiff provided to Dr. Yingling to verify, is he exaggerating some of the symptoms? Is he underreporting some factors that could be causing depressive-like symptoms or panic disorder? So you'll hear from the defense expert, Dr. Michael Murphy. Let me just say from the outset, Dr. Michael Murphy has been practicing psychology in Ohio since 1987. In recent years, he has moved more towards evaluations. That's because he's getting ready to step back from his practice and take a well-earned retirement. He has authored several books and papers in his field. He's worked with the Industrial Commission of Ohio, the Ohio Workers' Compensation, the Ohio Bureau of Workers' Compensation, and he's worked with law enforcement in the state of Ohio. He actually saw plaintiff on 2 occasions. He evaluated Mr. Reese on 10/22/21, and then he saw him again in March of 2023, almost 2 years later, a year and a half later. Dr. Yingling, remember, only saw the plaintiff one time, and he evaluated plaintiff before he even had all the information about plaintiff's prior mental health history and some stressors that could be affecting his mental health status. And Dr. Murphy will testify that after this evaluation in 2023, his opinions with regard to what he expressed back in 2021 did not change. And his opinions are, as counsel said, that he does not believe claimant or plaintiff, Mr. Reese, meets the criteria for the diagnosis of any depressive disorder, and that he does not meet the criteria for the diagnosis of panic disorder. And he's going to explain that to you in his testimony. He, in fact, found that claimant was exaggerating some of the symptoms. Now, that's consistent with Dr. Yingling's initial test scoring that he then adjusted in some manner. So both experts will testify they did find evidence of exaggeration. Further, Dr. Murphy found evidence of underreporting. That is, there were things the plaintiff did not want to disclose, and we know now what those things were. And Dr. Murphy thought that that was significant and was one of the reasons why he came to the conclusion that he just could not make these two diagnoses based on the information he had, based on the history that was given to him, and based upon the psychological testing that he administered. Finally, exhibits. You are going to be given some exhibits at the end of this case. They are going to include some records from Dr. Manahauer. Dr. Manahauer was at one point plaintiff's treating physician, Mr. Reese's treating physician. We know that he was the treating physician beginning in at least 2017 because that's when these records begin. And I will note that Dr. Manahauer is actually a medical doctor. The two psychologists that are going to testify, they are PhDs, they're psychologists. I'm not taking away anything from their credentials. They're both licensed psychologists. They can certainly evaluate patients for mental health conditions, and they can certainly opine as to what the causes of those conditions might be. Dr. Manahauer is a medical doctor, so not only can he make diagnoses, he can actually prescribe medications. In case you don't know, a psychologist in Ohio cannot prescribe medicines. Only a medical doctor can do that. So as of 7/14/17, these records are going to show that claimant presented to Dr. Manahauer with symptoms of depression, anxiety disorder. He said he was having panic attacks at that time. He had taken Paxil in the past, and the records show that he actually ended up in the emergency room because he had some sort of reaction to the Paxil. And he's prescribed new medications by Dr. Manahauer. I think it's Celexa, I can't remember it right now. It's in the records. For the depression and anxiety disorder. As of 8/27/18, these are again Dr. Manahauer's records, this is just 5 months before the injury at work on January 24th of 2019. Active problems for Mr. Reese are noted to be anxiety disorder and depression. There is also a reference to neck pain in 2017, and the reason I bring that up is you will learn that in about 2000 or 2002, plaintiff actually had a pretty serious neck injury. This had nothing to do with work. He was injured while riding a bicycle. And he broke some vertebrae in his neck and had to have surgery. He was actually life flighted to UH Hospital and had surgery for that condition. Plaintiff has, first of all, I'm not sure if my recollection is correct, Dr. Neiman will testify, he knew nothing about the prior neck surgery or the injury where Mr. Reese broke some vertebrae in his neck. Dr. Murphy was aware of that. The reason I bring this up is because plaintiff told these doctors that he had no ongoing problems with his neck after that initial surgery in 2000 or 2002 when he initially broke the vertebrae. But in fact, you can see that as of recently as 5 months before the injury at work, he was still having neck pain, and in fact, he was taking medication for neck pain at that time, along with some other medications for high blood pressure and some other issues he was having. So this goes again to the history that Mr. Reese, provided to the two experts that are going to testify in this case. The fact that history was not complete, the fact that he exaggerated some symptoms and underreported some other factors that these doctors should have had and needed to have in order to make an accurate diagnosis, and determine what the cause of his diagnosis or that diagnosis was. And here I've just put up copies of the medical records that you are going to see from Dr. Manahauer. You can see up here, whoops, I'm sorry. You can see up here, chief complaint, having severe anxiety attacks. He was given some medication. He's here for depression, anxiety disorder. You can see he was evaluated for depression. There's the numbers on the scale. He was found to have panic attacks and was given Paxil in the emergency room or urgent care, which he could not tolerate. And I just click forward so that you can see the date. The date of this document is the 14th of July, 2017. And Dr. Manahauer goes on to reflect in his records diagnosis, problem, depression, and you see the neck pain there. Again, this is 5 months before the injury. At work, he's still having what is described later in the records as chronic neck pain. For the anxiety or disorder, you can see that Dr. Manahauer ordered some medications for Mr. Reese to start taking, and you can see the provider impressions of this medical doctor, who is Mr. Reese's treating physician, is of depression, anxiety disorder, and he's starting, here's the drug, he's starting Mr. Reese on Celexa to address the depression and anxiety disorder. And so in conclusion, I believe that after you've heard all the evidence in this case, after you've examined the exhibits that will be introduced in this case, that you will agree that the greater weight of the evidence, remember plaintiff has the burden of proving by a preponderance or the greater weight of the evidence that he does have the conditions that he's requesting and that they did arise from the work injury in January 2019. I would submit that the greater weight of evidence does not support he suffers from any depressive disorder, and that he does not support that he suffers from a panic disorder at the time of the evaluations of the experts who are going to testify. However, even if you find that he does have a depressive disorder, he does have panic disorder, I would submit that the greater weight of the evidence does not support that those conditions arose from the injury on January 24 of 2019. And if you can't answer yes to that, then you have to render a verdict for R.W. Sibley on both of those conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. First witness,
Call Mr. Reese to the witness stand.
step forward, please.
What do I gotta do?
To the witness stand. With your phone.
Okay.
Will you raise your right hand, please? You swear a testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right, have a seat right here and stay close to that microphone. Yeah.
Mr. Reese, make sure that you stay close to the microphone.
Okay.
Okay?
Can you hear that? Okay.
Can you go ahead and state your full name for the record, sir?
Martin Andrew Reese,
Mr. Reese, where do you live?
33 Perry, Ohio.
How long have you lived in Perry?
7 years this time.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Northeast Ohio?
Over 50 years.
How old are you currently, sir?
58.
And you said you live in Perry. Who do you live with?
My girlfriend and my 2 dogs.
When was the last time that you worked, Mr. Reese?
The date of the injury,
And where were you working at that time?
I was working at Sidley.
And tell us how you got the job at Sidley.
Before that, I went down to McMurdo Station down by the South Pole, and when I got off the plane coming back, because my tour was done, coming back, I opened up my email and I seen Sidley was wanting a maintenance person, and it's very close to my house. So I told him, look, I can't do anything. I'm in Texas right now. I just landed. I said, we can talk. I said, there's a time frame because I got to get used to the time So they said, okay. I had to wait a couple days to get to sleep back to normal.
And you're obviously having some difficulty with talking. Is this something that you had all your life, or when did this develop?
After I got hit in the head.
I'm going to do my best to
Okay.
keep it up here as brief as possible. But
Okay.
there's a fair amount I have to get through.
Okay, yeah.
The job that you got at Sibley, I believe you said it was a maintenance position.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you did as a maintenance worker?
Well, they make concrete, so there's a process and there's machines that make it. So they would break, and I would have to fix them. You got hot water, you got conveyor belts moving, you got sand moving. So I mean, they gave me a work truck and a van, and they had like 10 different plants, and I would run from plant to plant wherever anything was broke. So.
Was this a job, was it physical in nature?
No, just, changing motors, fixing wires that were ripped off by conveyors. It's gotta use your head and know what you're doing.
Okay. Did you have to actually get underneath vehicles to be able to do inspections?
No, just a lot of things went, because they used to make different grades of sand and stone, and the conveyors would break, and then water pumps would break to move water to make concrete.
Do you remember what year you got the job at Sibley?
I believe it was because McMurdo Station was only a 6-month gig, and I got back in 2018, in September or something.
Is maintenance a field that you have worked in previously?
For many years.
Can you tell us what you remember about the injury?
I went in that day early to the shop to clean my van because I was doing damage control and the van had become a mess. And I got a phone call that a truck drove through the garage door and it was stuck. So I had to get the roll-up door off of the truck. And a gentleman had picked me up in a JLG, and I just ran the bolts out and dropped them on the floor, and it released the door and the truck. And when I got on the ground, I was picking up the bolts that I had dropped from the impact, and next thing I knew, that angle had fallen on me.
You said the angle had fallen.
Yes.
What's an angle?
2x2 angle, 3/16 thick, about 20 foot long.
Okay, this is, what's it made of?
Steel, right.
And, given your work and maintenance, is this iron angle, is this a piece of equipment or something you're familiar with?
Yeah, I am.
Did you see it fall on you, or was it behind you?
It was I don't know where it came from. All I know is 1 minute I'm picking up bolts, next minute I'm picking myself up, wondering where this had come from. I don't know.
Given your experience in kind of maintenance and working with different tools, can you estimate, given the size of this piece of steel, do you know approximately how much it weighed?
I looked it up. It's easy. I have an ugly book, and you just go by length, width, and thickness, and it tells you the pounds.
And what do you believe the approximate weight to be?
It's 20 times like 10.8 pounds per foot is what it weighs. So you have to do the math.
And so what do you believe to be the charge?
About 50 pounds.
And so then, when it struck you, what happened to your body?
I had to run outside. Well, I was really dizzy and woozy, and then I was getting really hot. I had a bunch of clothes on, and I went outside and sat by a bucket, just a barrel, and then I lost my cookies, and then I felt pretty good, and I went and sat in the van because I was all blurry and I couldn't see and focus, and then I had to run to the bathroom.
Did you lose consciousness at some point?
Somebody had come over and helped get that angle off of me. I don't know. I can't, it's all fuzzy. I gotta relax. I can't, no. Wait a minute.
You reported the injury.
Yes,
You had to go to the emergency room.
yes,
Did somebody drive you there?
yes.
And do you remember where you were having pain?
My shoulder and my head and my neck. I had a goose egg on the back of my head for about 2.5 weeks. It was really tender.
And again, like we've talked about, the physical injuries you sustained are not an issue in this case, but to give us context for the psychological injuries, I just want to go through some of the treatment that you've had kind of at a high level with the doctors that
Okay.
you see, okay? So
Okay.
when they released you from the emergency room, do you remember who they referred you to for follow-up?
Yeah, he's on Market Street in Mentor. It's on Brian Jariga.
Okay.
All right.
Did you see him just once, or did you see him more?
I seen him a few times.
Did you have any sort of physical therapy?
They tried, but I couldn't move my neck any direction, and the lady said this is useless. Your neck is too messed up. I think her name was Peterson or something.
And then what about, any type of like orthopedic doctor? Did you see any orthopedic doctors?
I seen a guy for my shoulder, and I don't remember his name, but I seen Dr. Shaw. He's a surgeon.
What part of your body did you see Dr. Shaw for?
My neck, it's full metal from C3 to C7. It's all been replaced.
Okay. So you had to have surgery for your neck?
Yes,
And do you remember approximately when that was? What year?
yeah, it was my birth date, May 10th, 2021.
Now, you heard a little bit during Ms. Summers' opening that you had a neck injury in the past, correct?
Yeah, 20 years ago.
So, do you remember what year you had that injury with the bike?
It was, I think like June 19th of 2000. And my memory's bad, so between 2000 and 2002,
Okay.
something like that.
So, was that, you had neck surgery then,
Just, yeah, correct.
and do you remember whether or not you were still having problems with your neck after that?
No, I did not have problems with it.
There were some, do you remember this Dr. Manahar?
Yes,
Okay, who is Dr. Manahar?
Manahar's works for UH. He's on 528 in Madison. He's retired now, and he's just a DO. My position just to go to for stuff.
Like a family doctor?
Yes, that's it.
And I believe he's actually an MD, is his son?
Yeah, something like, yeah, he's retired now. I don't, yeah, right.
Do you ever remember having ongoing neck issues that you would have seen Dr. Manahar for?
Not, my memory is not, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me ask you this.
What?
After you had the accident with the bike where you had to have the surgery, whether it be 2000 or 2002, did any issues with your neck impact your ability to work?
No, I went to the coldest place in the world.
Okay. So let's talk about that. You, at one point, you said you went to work at McMurdo Station.
McMurdo Station, yes,
Where is that?
down by the South Pole,
Okay, so in Antarctica.
yes.
And you were there, I believe you said, for about a 6-month period?
That's what the contract was.
All right. And that was right before you started working at Sidley?
Yes.
Did you have to like undergo some sort of physical or get clearance to go there?
Yeah. A file about 6 inches thick.
Were there any issues with you getting medically cleared to go to Antarctica?
No.
And did you have any problems physically or mentally while you were in Antarctica?
No.
Okay. I got a little bit off track, so now I want to get back to where we were. So you had gone to the emergency room, you saw a doctor for your shoulder, you saw Dr. Shaw who did neck surgery. As far as the symptoms you were having from the head injury, were there any doctors that you saw for that?
I'm sorry, I can't pay attention right now. You're gonna have to, I don't have, too much is going on, and I don't know what you said. I have no idea what you just said.
Have you been to Metro Hospital?
Metro? Yes, I have.
What have you been to Metro?
Therapy and the head of the concussion clinic, Mary Vargo, Metro, yeah.
That was after this injury.
Yes,
Have you seen her more than once?
yes,
Have you seen her several times?
yes.
Do you remember whether or not Dr. Vargo ever sent you to any doctors?
Yes.
What kind of doctor did Dr. Vargo send you to?
It was a psychiatrist or psychologist, or because I was having issues from the doink in the head. She didn't quite know what to do.
And for your physical injuries, is there a doctor that you continue to treat with regularly?
I don't know what you said again. I'm sorry.
So for the physical injuries, the shoulder and the neck, is there a doctor that you continue to see?
Oh, yes, there is.
What is his name?
Dr. Hockman.
Now, have you been seeing Dr. Hoffman for some time?
Yes.
Did Dr. Hoffman ever prescribe any medications for the injuries you sustained?
Yes.
Do you remember what those were?
Muscle relaxers. I have the names of the prescriptions at home because I didn't throw out the bottles. But arthritis in the shoulder and stuff that I have sleep disorder problems, so he gave me some stuff to help me sleep. And for the shoulder, and he gives me stuff for my neck because it hurts sometimes, and I get arthritis in the shoulder and in the neck at times. So like meloxicam, and he'll do some doses of prednisone.
Have you taken the same medications consistently since you were injured in 2019?
To treat problems that I have, different medications, yes.
So have they been the same medications or different medications?
They have tried different things.
We're going to hear some testimony at one point about you being on a medication called trazodone. Do you remember taking trazodone?
Yeah, I hated it.
Do you remember how long you took it?
I didn't take it long. I know that. But that would have been like Mary Bar. I know where the pills are at home. That would have been maybe like Mary Vargo or something that prescribed it. Or Dr. Hockman. I think it, yeah, I think it was for muscle spasms and to help me sleep, because I only sleep like a half hour to 45 minutes, and then I have to wake up. I don't know why, but I don't sleep like normal people anymore.
So what about right now? Are there any medications that you're regularly taking that were prescribed to you for the injuries you sustained that you're taking currently?
I do take, for a few days when my shoulder messes up, I take some of the meloxicam to get rid of the arthritis in my shoulder. And I do have gabapentin to help with some of the nerve issues from my neck. Injury.
I believe that Ms. Summers also indicated that you take some medicine for high blood pressure, and you would have
Yes.
been taking those when you saw Dr. Yingling and Dr. Murphy.
Yes.
How long have you been taking those medications?
I don't know, 2010, a while.
And to your knowledge, are there any sort of side effects that you've experienced as a result of taking those medications?
No.
And have those medications been consistently prescribed and taken?
Yes.
20-some years?
Yes.
Following this injury, was there ever a time where you were using alcohol to medicate some of your symptoms?
Yeah, girlfriend said, you can't sleep. There's booze in the basement. It's been there for years. Try some shots and drink some beer. I mean, it worked, but then you wake up and then you still feel like crap. So you don't work, so you just take naps 2 or 3 times a day. No big deal. And if I got to get up at 4 in the morning because I can't sleep, I get up and watch TV and then go back to sleep.
You have not continued to use alcohol?
No.
And did you get some relief from the surgery that you had for your neck in May of 2021?
Yes.
What kind of relief did you get?
Well, it moves. You know, before I couldn't do any of this. It was just pretty much straight. So I do have movement.
What sort of current problems are you having that you attribute to the injuries you sustained?
I get anxiety. I get dry heaves. My heart just will race for no reason. I can't sleep. And then ears will start ringing. And then it's just a bunch of, it's like somebody just dumped like 10 pots of coffee in me and jittery and don't know what to do with it. And yeah, so you just have to learn to deal with it. If you don't, it just snowballs into worse things.
Have you ever, since the accident, thought about suicide?
Yeah. Yes.
Remember when that was?
2020, 2021, you know, it just, I mean, I was bad. I've progressed some, but I still have issues.
You ended up seeing 2 different doctors. One is Dr. Yingling.
Mhm.
See his testimony shortly. And the second doctor is Dr. Murphy. You saw both of these doctors in 2021. Can you remember what kind of evaluation they performed, what they talked to you about, what you did?
Not exactly verbatim, but I know what the purpose was, to see if I have disorders attributed to my injury.
And did you give honest answers to their questions?
My memory is so bad. It's been wiped. I run into people and they know me and I don't know them anymore. And it's people that I've known. And I gotta tell my girl, who is that? because I've lost them, you know. I don't remember their names, and I get weird like that. I don't know what to do. Somebody comes up talking to you, and you don't really know them. Where'd that go?
Did both doctors ask you about your childhood, your upbringing?
I don't know. If you ask me a question, though, I'll tell you the answer. I don't. I'm gonna get worse as this goes on.
Do you remember whether or not both doctors gave you some sort of testing to take?
Yes, they did.
And do you remember like anything about the testing, how long it took, whether it was difficult?
Okay. It was probably around an hour long of testing. Just questions you have to read and answer.
Do you remember whether it was difficult for you to get through?
Oh, yeah. I told him it's gonna take a week. I can't read anymore and comprehend. And then the harder you push, it makes me want to crash, sleep. And I can't control it. I can't stop it.
Do you remember whether or not Dr. Yingling and Dr. Murphy asked you if you'd ever been convicted of a crime, race, or criminal history?
If they asked, I would have told them to the best of my memory. I mean, I've lost people's names that are friends that I've known. So I can only tell you what I can remember.
So I think we're going to hear some from the doctors about you having had a DUI.
Yes.
Do you remember whether or not either of the doctors asked you about that and whether or not you were forthcoming?
No, I don't directly yet. No, I don't. And I might have not remembered it. It's, you know, As
you sit here today, you remember how long ago it was?
it was 2012.
And what about any other type of criminal issues? We saw some stuff up on this summer's
Right.
PowerPoint presentation.
Right.
Do you remember whether or not either of the doctors asked you about that?
I'm going to get worse, but no, I don't.
Did you have any other prior criminal convictions?
Other than them, no, that I seen. I mean, I remember them. I had words with a guy that made me mad. And the officer, I'm walking my dog down the street, 11:30 at night against traffic, and he wants to know where I'm going. I'm 4 houses away from my house. I just got off work. I'm running my dog.
Were these felonies or misdemeanors?
Misdemeanors.
And did either of these things present a problem when it came time for you to be hired by Sidley?
No,
What about when it came time for the job in Antarctica?
no.
Do you remember whether or not you had to go to jail for any of these things?
Look, I've grown up around here all my life, and, you know, I probably went and seen Mike, and, you know, I don't know, but Mike would just look at me, what are you doing, Marty?
Who's Mike?
Chickanetti, the judge.
These issues happened in Painesville,
Yes,
at the municipal.
right. I went to school with his sister. I played over at his house, and I've known the family for many years.
One of the questions that the doctors asked you about was whether or not you had any prior psychological issues. And again, you saw some of it up on this summer's PowerPoint presentation. So prior to this injury and the symptoms that you developed that took you to Dr. Yingling and Dr. Murphy, did you have any sort of psychological problems in the past?
Yeah, I did.
What did you have?
Well, my boss in the union would tell me to take that half-inch wrench, use my left hand, and tighten the bolt under the machine. And if you don't listen, you're in trouble. So he was micromanaging me. And you want me to fix something, point me the direction, and I'll figure it out. I don't need you telling me what tool to use.
Did you start to experience some type of psychological symptoms or mental health issues because of that issue with your boss?
Yes.
Do you remember, like, what it felt like?
I don't think you want to know. It felt like wanting to choke him, but I needed something to deal with his micromanaging of me.
Did you go see Dr. Manahar?
Yes.
And did he prescribe something for you?
Yes.
Do you remember whether or not you took what he prescribed?
For a short period of time.
We heard about two different medicines, Paxil and Celexa.
Right.
Do you remember whether or not you took both of those?
They were prescribed, but I quit the job. I got away from the little whatever.
When you quit the job, did your emotional symptoms, were they still there, or did you feel better?
Gone.
And what time frame are we talking about?
It was at Crest Corps on Heisley is where I worked. And the guy's name was Kevin Bacon. And it would have been around 2016.
Some of Dr. Mannerhar's records indicate it was 2017. Could it have been 2017?
Yeah. Yes, it could have been.
Was it right before you went to Anarchy?
Yes.
And were you still having any of those problems when you went to Anarchy?
No.
And what about when you came home from Anarchy?
Nothing.
And what about when you started at Civic?
Nothing.
Okay, Mr. Reese, that's all the questions I have for you this time, okay? But Ms. Summers is going to have you some questions here to stay on the.
Okay.
Cross-examination?
So, Mr. Reese, my understanding is that the aggravated menacing charge that was reduced to disorderly conduct occurred in 2014, correct? That's the date of your conviction.
If you say so.
The records will show that.
Okay.
Yes. So, are you now talking about another episode with another coworker in 2017?
I didn't have an episode. I quit the job.
But you said there was something that happened at work in 2017 that caused you to see Dr. Manahauer and complain about depression, anxiety, and panic attacks, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a different episode.
It's-
You never disclosed that episode to either of the doctors who are testifying in this case, correct?
Can you say that again?
Sir, you never told either Dr. Yingling, who's testifying on your behalf,
Right.
or Dr. Murphy, who's testifying on behalf of the defendant, that in 2017, you were seen by Dr. Manhauer and treated for depression, anxiety, and panic attacks, correct? You never told them that.
It was, okay, you're correct, but when you got someone telling you to hold this tool in this arm and tighten that bolt when I'm right-handed and he's telling me to use my left hand, he drove me nuts. I'm a
You
mechanic.
understand that this case is about your mental health, some psychiatric or psychological conditions. And when you were evaluated by the two experts in this case, they asked you if you had any prior mental health problems, correct?
Yes, you're correct.
And you told them that you had some issues with a boss or a coworker, but you never told them about the treatment for depression, anxiety, and panic attacks that you were having in 2017, correct? You never told them that.
I didn't look at it like that, but you are correct. I just knew that if you got a bleeding finger, you put a Band-Aid on, it stops. Well, he was my bleeding finger.
Okay, sir, you mentioned a little while ago that you had thoughts of suicide in 2020 and in 2021, that you were in a really bad way. Is that correct?
And you're gonna have to, it's hard for me to absorb stuff. You're gonna have to, because you get blurry and fuzzy.
I look better blurry and fuzzy, but that's besides the point. Sir, you testified a little while ago that you started having thoughts of suicide in the 2021 period, that, you were in a bad way. Is that what you said earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So you were evaluated by Dr. Yingling, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that was at the request of your attorneys?
I don't know who requested what.
Okay.
I can't follow all that.
Remember that. You were evaluated by him in 2021, correct?
I don't, whatever it says.
Okay, sir. He specifically asked you, because he's evaluating you from a mental health perspective, he specifically asked you if you were having any thoughts of suicide. Do you recall that?
I don't, gonna get,
Okay, so let me, I'm trying to make this easy.
but,
Let me ask you this, let me
okay.
ask another way.
Okay.
Do you recall that he asked you about whether or not you were having thoughts of harming yourself, and you said you had, but it was a while ago? Now, this is in 2021 when he evaluated you. Do you recall that question and response?
no, I don't.
Do you recall denying any thoughts of harming yourself or even a plan to harm yourself when Dr. Yingling saw you in 2021? Do you recall that?
No.
Sir, you're not disputing any of the criminal convictions we've talked about, correct? The DUI?
No.
Okay, so I'm not going to belabor that point.
Okay.
Okay, you had the prior neck injury in 2000 or 2002. You were actually life-flighted to UH because you broke some vertebrae in your neck, correct?
Correct.
And you have said that you had no ongoing problems with your neck after that surgery in 2000, 2002, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall that in 2017 and in 2018, you were being treated by Dr. Manhauer, your treating physician, medical doctor, for chronic neck pain? And this is up to 5 months before the injury at work. Do you recall taking medication for chronic neck pain?
Okay, there was neck pain, and yes, you take gabapentin for it. And, so if I do strenuous stuff, lifting or pulling on pipes or heavy wrenches above my head, it will hurt. It will hurt my neck, and you just take a gabapentin, and it helps with some of the pain.
Understood. you were treating for chronic neck pain 15 years to 17 years after that injury, right? You were still having chronic neck pain.
Yes,
And you denied any problems like that to Dr. Yingling and Dr. Murphy, correct?
I may not have stated it, but see, I don't remember everything like that because of my injury. I mean, I don't remember some people that were in my life. Do you know how many times it takes me to sit down and get everything together? About 4.
So I understand that you suffered a concussion and you have post-concussive syndrome.
Right.
I understand you're having problems with your thought process as a result of that.
Right.
And I'm just asking you to answer to the best of your
Okay.
ability. That's all I
All right.
can do. So you do recall now, though, seeing Dr. Manahauer with panic attacks, depression, and anxiety or disorder in 2017 and 2018. You're able to recall that now?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly.
One question only, okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Reese, you talked a little bit about you having seen Dr. Manahar for symptoms of depression and anxiety. There's a reference in the medical records to him stopping you on Paxil and then prescribing Celexa, 10 milligrams, and indicating to call him if the symptoms do not resolve. And this was in 2017. Do you remember whether or not you ever had to call him or follow up if the symptoms continued?
With them type of medications, the side effects usually are worse than what was creating the issue. So I really didn't take them because of the side effect, but I tried. But then side effects step in, and now you have to weigh the two evils.
And I get that, but my question's a bit different, okay? So in July 14th of 2017, Dr. Manahar is saying to you, I'm gonna give you Celexa, call me if you don't get better. Do you remember whether or not you ever had to call him and go back?
No, I quit. I just remember quitting the medications because of the side effects. I didn't like it.
Did you also quit the job that was causing the stress?
Yeah.
All right, I have nothing further, thank you.
Any recross?
No.
All right, you may step down, Mr. Reese.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for lunch here. The next witness is going to be a doctor by video, so you'll watch that. And there's no sense starting that now and then interrupting that. So we're going to take about an hour break. If you could be back here and ready to go at 1:45, we'll continue with the testimony. All right, remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from any other source, and do not come to any conclusion until the case has been submitted to you. So I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, so jurors, you can leave your books and your chairs and then just sit back here and I'll get that.
Yeah, I might just walk over to Subway or something, or walk to McDonald's. No, that's okay. Well, get it, and I'll take care of it. Okay? I need my coat. Oh.
All right, is there anything else to place on the record?
At this time, I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Thank you. Why don't you go out there, grab your water,
Okay.
I'll grab your stuff for you.
Okay.
We're starting with the meeting.
Yeah.
I will get that.
And then the court reporter will please swear in the witness.
This is Kristen Krause. I represent Martin Reese.
Sandra Summers for R.W. Sibley.
Doctor, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes. My name is Patrick Yingling. I'm a psychologist with Weinstein and Associates.
Could you describe your educational background for the jury?
Yes. I received a bachelor's degree in psychology from Denison University, then went directly into graduate school and attended the Florida School of Professional Psychology at Argus University and earned a doctorate in clinical psychology.
And are you licensed in the state of Ohio?
Yes, I am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
Yes, I am.
And then could you explain what process it takes to become licensed in the state of Ohio?
Yes. A underpinning requirement for licensure in any state is passing the ECCP. It's the examination for professional practice in psychology. It's essentially a pretty significant examination testing all of the knowledge that one's supposed to accumulate in the course of graduate study. If that's passed successfully, then there are a certain number of supervised hours that need to be completed. And then in the state of Ohio in particular, there's also an oral assessment related to state-specific laws.
And when were you licensed in the state of Pennsylvania?
I was licensed in Pennsylvania starting in 2012.
And when were you licensed in the state of Ohio?
2017.
Doctor, what does your practice consist of?
The practice consists of evaluation and treatment of injured workers and other forensic evaluation and treatment.
What's a forensic evaluation?
It's an evaluation conducted typically with the intent of being used for court or litigation-related purposes.
And then what percentage of your practice involves treating patients?
I would say about 70%.
In this particular matter, you examined Martin Reese at the request of my law firm, is that correct?
That is correct.
What was the purpose of that evaluation?
To determine if he had been experiencing any psychological symptoms or conditions related to the injuries he sustained while at work.
And then when you perform an initial evaluation, can you tell us how you approach that and what the evaluation consists of?
Yes, I can. The evaluation consists primarily of two parts: a clinical interview and psychological testing. The clinical interview itself involves asking questions about an individual's background and history, as well as their functioning in the past, as well as at the time of the evaluation.
Does your evaluation involve any type of testing?
Yes, I consistently administer testing as part of the evaluation.
What about review of records?
Yes, I review records as well.
And do you know what records you reviewed in Mr. Reese's case?
I reviewed the documents that were available as part of his BWC claim.
And how did you obtain those documents, or where did you view them?
By logging on to the BWC website specific to his claim information.
Did you have the opportunity in reviewing your records to review the records of Dr. Todd Hockman?
Yes, I did.
Did you have the opportunity to review the records of Dr. Mary Vargo?
I believe so.
And did you also review I believe there was just one record of Dr. Kip Smith?
Yes.
And there were other records that you reviewed as well, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Yingling, I want to talk about the evaluation that you performed of Mr. Reese, and throughout your testimony I'm going to be asking you opinion questions based upon your education, training, experience, and your evaluation. I would ask that you state your opinion only if you were able to do so to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. Is that fair enough?
That's fair.
Can you tell us what is an otherwise specified depressive disorder, recurrent brief depression?
That condition is, the label itself comes from the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's sort of the big book of psychological and psychiatric diagnoses. That condition in particular is used in circumstances where individuals meet some of the criteria for a depressive disorder, but not all of them. So a major depressive disorder consists of 9 symptoms, and that's sort of the framework that is used to determine if an individual is experiencing depression and in what sort. In the case of the other specified depressive disorder, it's necessary for there to be the presence of depressed mood and at least 4 other symptoms of depression of those 9 for anywhere between 2 to 3 days, occurring at least once a month for a 12-month period.
And then, doctor, you mentioned the DSM. Can you tell us again what the Diagnostic Statistics Manual is?
Yes, it is the manual that identifies all of the psychological and psychiatric diagnoses that are used to label and describe an individual's mental health functioning.
And the condition of otherwise specified depressive disorder, is this a condition that you regularly treat and diagnose in your practice?
Yes, it is.
And then, doctor, what is a panic disorder?
A panic disorder is a label that's used when an individual is experiencing recurrent, unexpected panic attacks. Panic attack itself occurs when there's a sudden surge of fear or intense discomfort that can sometimes reach peak within minutes, sometimes longer. And that panic attack itself then has to have a minimum of 4 out of 13 different associated secondary symptoms. The symptoms include things like racing heart rate, sweating, shakiness, shortness of breath, chest pain, abdominal distress, dizziness, feeling chills, feeling like a person's losing control, or even fear of dying.
And the panic disorder, is this also a condition that can be found in the DSM?
Yes, it is.
And is this a condition that you regularly diagnose and treat in your practice?
Yes, it is.
When you evaluated Mr. Reese, did you take a medical history from him?
Yes, I did.
All right. And then, doctor, you had the opportunity to author 2 reports, I believe, in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes,
And do you have your report in front of you?
I do.
Doctor, can you tell us what you learned about the injury that Mr. Reese sustained in January of 2019?
I can. The injury itself led to his claim being allowed for concussion with loss of consciousness, duration wasn't known, contusion on his shoulder, post-concussion syndrome, spinal stenosis in a number of parts in the cervical region, as well as a strain to his rotator cuff on the right shoulder.
And then I believe on page 4 of your report, it talks about the injury itself and what happened.
Yes.
And can you tell us how Mr. Reese was injured?
The indication was he was removing a piece of angle from a door, that he'd set it against the wall, and then the next thing he recounted was that he was on the ground with the angle and on top of him. He was not clear on how he got from standing up, removing the angle, onto the ground.
And then when you evaluated him, did he talk to you about the treatment he had had up to that point?
Yes, he did.
And what treatment did he describe?
He had completed a variety of diagnostic scans. He'd had occupational therapy as well as undergone surgery.
And I'm not sure that we said this, but the injury happened on January 24th, 2019. What was the date that you evaluated Mr. Reese?
I evaluated him July 6th, 2021.
So about 2.5 years after the injury.
Yes.
I want to talk about the section of your report, description of claimant at interview. Can you tell us what the description was of Mr. Reese upon interviewing him?
I can. So that description relates to sort of the initiation of the evaluation where I talk about the limits of confidentiality, who the report will end up being sent to so that he's aware that the things he shares with me are not held in confidentiality. He drove himself to the evaluation, so even from how an individual gets to the evaluation is documented, and he indicated that because of the proximity to the office where he was evaluated was relatively close, he was able to drive himself. However, if a further drive was warranted, he typically would have someone else drive him on those longer trips. Then also, just in order to assess the individual's knowledge of what we're doing, sort of to get a sense of what they were told about the experience in the interview, I asked what his understanding of why he was here would be. He responded that he has anxiety problems and that he gets snappy and short. And I also asked how an individual feels about being evaluated, just to kind of take initial pulse. Some individuals come in are very anxious, some folks are calm, some folks are angry. It really varies, and it helps me to get a sense of the tone to take and start the evaluation with. Mr. Reese indicated that he was happy to be evaluated. He thought it was a good thing. And he quoted that it's something I would rather have done sooner than later. I've been a mess for nearly 3 years. And then recounted some of his symptoms spontaneously. He said, I don't do much. I have no motivation to do anything. I spend most of the day sitting with the blogs. I can't get motivated to do anything. Sit out on the deck and watch the dog run.
And then in your report, you included some references to some of the records you reviewed. Did you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you found to be significant during your records review?
Of course, the entirety of the record arguably is significant, so it all contributes to an understanding of the experiences that Mr. Reese had. However, the particular records that were identified and sort of pulled out were records from one of his treating providers, Dr. Hoffman, and his records recounting his physical symptoms, December 2020, February 2021, and June 2021 to show sort of a progression of his symptoms, or even an absence of progression of his symptoms, specific to reporting consistent shoulder pain throughout that. And there's also some reference to concussion-related symptoms he was experiencing, and also some of the medications that he was being prescribed across those series of appointments.
And I note that in Dr. Hoffman's record of 2/11 of 2021, he makes reference to 2 different medications. Do you see that?
I do.
And what were those medications?
The medications referenced were Topamax and gabapentin.
And what was Dr. Hoffman's note indicating with regard to Mr. Reese's taking those medications at that time in February of 21?
He indicated that he had not really been taking them. He was having some weird dreams, and so then that led to his inconsistency in medication compliance.
And this was approximately 5 months or so before you evaluated him?
Yes, that would be about 5 months before I evaluated him.
And then, did you have the opportunity to review Dr. Vargo's record from May of 2019?
Yes.
There's a reference in Dr. Vargo's record. She indicates in terms of concussion symptom scoring, most notable trend is for higher reporting of psychological symptoms. Do you recall reading that reference in Dr. Vargo's record of May of 2019?
Yes, I do.
What, if any, significance do you attribute to this statement?
It's a very significant statement. It's common for individuals who have suffered a concussion to experience some change in their psychological functioning, general mental health. Oftentimes they'll experience some mild anxiousness or some mild symptoms of depressed mood. The indication that Dr. Vargo specifically cited that and said that it was the most notable trend was for higher reporting of psychological symptoms indicates that she identified symptoms above and beyond what would normally be identified in the course of someone who has experienced concussion.
And then do you also recall having the opportunity to review the record of Dr. Kip Smith dated August 5th of 2019?
Yes.
And then do you recall whether or not Dr. Smith made any sort of recommendations for Mr. Reese with regard to treatment?
Yes, he did. He recommended individual psychotherapy.
And then do you know whether or not Mr. Reese had that treatment before being evaluated by you in July of 2021, if you know?
So that is actually one of the things that I typically specifically ask about in the course of the evaluations that I conduct. So when I asked specifically about psychotherapy or mental health counseling, he referenced that he had seen a mental health provider related to conflict with a boss.
And was it your understanding that this predated the injury in January of 2019?
Yes, that was my understanding.
And that was the only psychological treatment he described?
Yes.
I want to talk about the section of your report marked Chief Complaints. Can you identify what the complaints were that Mr. Reese had when he presented to your office for evaluation?
Yes, I can. He identified having neck pain that he described as a tingling like an electrical pulse. He also described numbness in his shoulders and arms. He also volunteered that he's awoken in the middle of the night at times with ringing in his ears. He indicated that with his neck he was trying to be positive and felt that he was still in the healing phase. He was optimistic that that condition would potentially improve. He did indicate that he felt better after surgery than he did compared to beforehand. However, he did identify some ongoing functional limitations he had. Specifically, if he were to drop something, in order to pick it up, he had to sit down to do so, and that he was unable to get down on the ground, was not able to bend over, and indicated that if he was laying on his shoulder, he would really have to brace his head in order to roll over comfortably.
And then, Doctor, can you talk about some of the psychological or emotional symptoms that Mr. Reese described?
Yes. So when I asked him to describe his emotional functioning, the first response was that I get anxiety and get dry heaves. He described waking up with anxiety and the ringing in his ears he had mentioned previously. That awakening indicated, it happened at 4 in the morning. Then he described that to help calm himself down, he would walk around in his yard and indicated that I've got to do something to make those symptoms stop. He described being full of energy and being uncertain how to manage it effectively. He also referenced talking to Dr. Vargo and her prescribing him pills, but that he did not like how it felt when he was on the pills, suggesting that he was not taking them consistently. He also described that when that anxiousness comes up, he also started becoming very fidgety and having difficulty sitting still He then referred to himself as becoming agitated. And then more broadly identified that, the symptoms he was experiencing really bother him, that he was, acting in that way, and recognized it was sort of very different from his normal functioning. I asked additional questions to dig deeper into the anxiety-specific symptoms. He referenced that at times he would take Benadryl to try to calm himself down, though ultimately it only served to knock him out or make him fall asleep. And then once he wakes up after that, typically does feel better and less anxious. He also described significant irritability, that he'd get very angry about simple things like forgetting small things. And he reported that the typical the anxiety episodes typically last, anywhere from a few minutes, but if they go over 45 minutes, that's typically when he takes the Benadryl to try to knock himself out. He also described experiencing recurrent headaches, and that if he doesn't get a hold of it or is not able to manage that headache pain, it can lead to him sleeping for 2 to 3 days in a row to sort of recover from those headaches. I also asked about symptoms of depression, and he did endorse being depressed. He indicated that, while his mood does at times become low, he does try to remind himself of the good things that I have and try to change how he was thinking about his experiences and things that he was experiencing following the injury. He indicated that in terms of his appetite, things did not taste the same to him. And so though he eats 3 meals a day, didn't have that kind of same diet, it seemed more of like a routine that he held more so than a consistent hunger. His sleep was described as pretty inconsistent because of all that waking up in the middle of the night. He finds it very difficult to maintain a consistent schedule of sleeping because of that awakening and the Benadryl use that knocks him out to try to knock out the anxiety and curb the panic attacks. He indicated that he feels worn out all the time, suggesting fatigue and low energy levels. And then even prior, when I first met him and kind of asked him, and again when we were talking about his symptoms, he enjoyed low motivation. As part of that assessment for depression, I asked if an individual has been having thoughts of harming themselves or someone else that have assessed for their safety. And he indicated, and this is a direct quote, "Not somebody else, more myself." It was a while ago. When you are in pain and agony, it's like, why? Feels like I'm going nowhere in life. I can't progress forward in life. So you are nothing at that point. There's nothing positive for you at that point, so why bother?
And then you also asked about Mr. Reese's prior medical history, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And was there anything of any significance that you learned in the prior medical history that impacted your assessment?
Well, the prior medical conditions of prior shoulder surgery, ankle surgery, and hypertension were taken into consideration. They did not significantly impact or shape my opinion on the psychological functioning of those. That medical history was significantly long, that it wouldn't have been actively contributing to his psychological state at the time of the evaluation.
And then you also asked about his family and social history?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then did you learn anything of significance when you asked about this?
He denied experiencing any significant trauma or violence during his childhood. He described what sounded like a typical family where his father worked his entire life and his mother raised the children.
And then, what did you learn, if anything, with regard to his employment history and education history?
He indicated that he had gone to Lakeland Community College where he studied electrical work, and during the middle of that educational study, he obtained an apprenticeship for HVAC work, and as a result, didn't end up finishing the electrical studies. He did not endorse any military history or experience, and his work history had included HVAC-related positions. Then he also indicated that he worked with electrical, pneumatics, and hydraulics.
And then, doctor, what is a mental status exam?
Mental status exam is a series of questions and observations that are asked and made about an individual to determine just that, the mental status, the function of their mind, to provide some indication of whether or not they're clear in their thinking. Are they attentive? Are they cooperative? Are they sort of in a clear state to be able to answer questions honestly and truthfully?
And what did you conclude based upon your mental status evaluation of Mr. Reese?
He was fully oriented. He was able to identify his name, location, the time or date that we were meeting, and he was kind of fully aware and engaged throughout the course of the evaluation. He readily answered the questions I asked of him without any hesitation or pause. His thinking was generally pretty linear and consistent. He was not prone to going off on tangents or telling stories about unrelated or irrelevant information or situations. And there's no indication of any, aside from the initial concussion he sustained, there's no indication of any recent injuries, seizures, or other loss of consciousness that would have impacted his mental status at the time of the evaluation.
I see in your report that you administered some psychological testing.
Yes.
And what test did you administer, and why did you administer that test?
I administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, specifically the restructured forms of the MMPI 2RF. That assessment was administered to gather objective information and to use to contrast or compare with information reported by an individual. So in the case of this evaluation, Mr. Reese had described different psychological symptoms, and while part of the assessment process is for me to observe his behaviors and see if the way he was acting was consistent with what he was reporting, which it was. The use of psychological testing provides objective evidence against which the information he shared could be compared.
And then there's an indication in your report that Mr. Reese had responded. There were a larger than average number of infrequent responses when he completed the MMPI, and that these could indicate an over-reporting. Can you talk a little bit about those findings and how you accounted for those?
Yes, I can. The MMPI assessment has a number of different validity scales. So there's specific questions that are included in the assessment that provide indications of if an individual was responding consistently and if they were attending to the content of the questions. And the validity scale showed that he was responding consistently. He was paying attention to the content of the questions. The scale you're referencing in particular looks at if an individual endorses symptoms that might not be as commonly endorsed. And there are two scales. One of the scales looks at endorsing responses as compared with the general population. So kind of everyday people going about their lives that, do not have any specific psychological conditions. And when compared against that group in particular, it did show that he had endorsed a larger number of symptoms than those particular individuals. However, that was to be expected. I mean, he's, an injured worker reporting psychological symptomatology. So in the general populace, there aren't a whole lot of injured workers who are reporting psychological symptomatology. So that elevation was expected, and that's where the caveat of, that it can be seen in individuals who, have general or genuine psychological symptomatology. So the second scale, the second validity scale, looks at responses in comparison with individuals who have identified psychological difficulties. So it's essentially looking at Mr. Reese's responses and how those compare with individuals who have depression, anxiety, and other psychiatric conditions. And when looking at his response patterns, there's not a significant elevation, meaning he responded similarly to individuals who have depression and have anxiety.
And then, Doctor, I want to talk about the diagnosis that you made. Based upon the history that you took, your review of the records, your evaluation of Mr. Reese, and the results of the testing that you administered, as well as your education, training, experience, do you have an opinion within a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Mr. Reese was suffering from any type of psychological condition?
Yes, I do have an opinion.
And Doctor, what is that opinion?
My opinion is that he does meet diagnostic criteria for other specified depressive disorder, current brief depression, and panic disorder, and that those conditions were a direct consequence of the physical conditions in his claim.
I want to break this down and talk for a minute about the elements of an otherwise specified depressive disorder. Can you talk about what the symptoms or elements of that diagnosis, what they are, and what was present in Mr. Reese's case?
Yes, I can. So the recurrent brief depression is based upon the more severe diagnosis of a major depressive episode. A major depressive episode consists of 9 symptoms. And so for a recurrent brief depression, it's expected that an individual reports depressed mood in at least 4 other those 9 symptoms. The 9 symptoms are depression, loss of interest or enjoyment and pleasure in things, significant changes in appetite, disrupted sleep, difficulties with attention concentration, feelings of worthlessness, feelings of fatigue and low energy, feelings of worthlessness, and thoughts of harming themselves or somebody else. That's all 9 of them. And so then in Mr. Reese's case, he did experiencing depressed mood, but not on a daily basis that's required for a major depressive episode. In this case, he reported it not being an everyday experience for himself. And then of those other, of the 9 symptoms, he also endorsed that disrupted sleep pattern, which I referenced a couple times before. He also endorsed feelings of fatigue and loss of energy, as well as psychomotor retardation, basically the kind of lack of motivation and difficulty with, getting up and moving around.
And then, Doctor, I'd like to ask you the same questions about the panic disorder. Can you tell us how you go about diagnosing a panic disorder, and then what specific symptoms Mr. Reed presented with that led you to that diagnosis?
Yeah, in order to diagnose a panic disorder, there's questions about an individual's experience of anxiety or anxiousness, which Mr. Reed spontaneously volunteered from the beginning of the evaluation. And then I also look at other secondary factors, behavioral observations of an individual in the course of the evaluation, as well as the information from the objective testing, the MMPI, that I administered. And do all those factors line up? And if there's consistency amongst those different data points and they all point in the direction of panic disorder, the implication is then more likely than not I'm going to diagnose them with a panic disorder, barring any other unrelated explanations. In Mr. Reese's case, he did endorse experiencing episodic anxiety, and the specific symptoms that he endorsed associated with that were racing heart rate, sweating, shakiness and trembling, shortness of breath, chest pains, nausea, heat sensations, and that's the extent of the ones he endorsed. Additionally, for a diagnosis of panic disorder, there has to be persistent concern or worry outside of those episodes of panic, of having additional panic attacks, the potential consequences of those things, sort of that, having an abrupt surge of anxiousness in another setting and the potential consequence of that. And he did endorse that persistent concern outside of those episodes of panic itself.
And then, Doctor, I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask one more time just for the sake of the record. Do you have an opinion within a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to the cause of Mr. Reese's panic disorder and other specified depressive disorder?
Yes, based on his description of the pain and loss of functioning he experienced as a result of the injuries he sustained, indicated that that was because of the low mood. He was sad about not being able to function in the way that he had, and had these episodes of anxiousness because, for the same reason, he wasn't functioning in the same way he had been able to in the past. As a result of that, the indication was that the depression and panic attacks were a direct consequence of the injuries he sustained while at work.
Thank you. Doctor, have you had the opportunity to review the reports of Dr. Michael Murphy?
Yes, I have.
In this case, there were some disagreements between you and Dr. Murphy with regard to the ultimate opinions that you have just testified to. I guess my first question is, Dr. Murphy, in his report, attributed some of Mr. Reese's symptoms to his use of medication. Do you recall reading that?
I do.
And then, Doctor, do you agree that these symptoms of the panic disorder and the depressive disorder were caused by Mr. Reese's use of medications?
No, it's very unlikely that his symptoms were caused by the use of medication.
Why is that?
The effect of the medications themselves, for none of them is it indicated to cause anxiety. Even when looking at the side effect profiles, none of the medications would cause any anxiety or panic. Additionally, per Dr. Hockman's records, he wasn't taking them consistently, and with some of the medications in particular, the efficacy or effect is based on taking it over time, not any consistent use here or there.
There was also a discussion in Dr. Murphy's reports with regard to some criminal history of a DUI, and then I believe also history of a misdemeanor for disorderly conduct. Were these things that Mr. Reese shared with you during your evaluation?
He did endorse the DUI, but did not make specific mention of the other charge in the course of my evaluation with him.
All right, and then upon learning a little bit more about Mr. Reese's criminal history, did that change any of your opinions with regard to the conditions he's suffering from and the cause?
It did not change my opinions.
And then Dr. Murphy also had the opportunity to administer some psychological testing. He administered the Milan. Is this a test that you're familiar with?
Yes, it is.
And Dr. Murphy notes in his report some inconsistencies with regard to the validity scales. Did you have the opportunity to see that in Dr. Murphy's reports?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any comments on this, or does this in any way change your opinions that you gave?
It does not change my opinion, but I did have some comments about it. The results from the assessment Dr. Murphy administered, the validity specific scales that show how valid or accurate a representation of psychological functioning it is, suggested an avoidance of self-disclosure, meaning he, in the course of responding to items, he was reluctant to disclose or divulge matters of a personal nature. Even with that being considered and having a broad kind of pattern of reluctance to disclose things, nonetheless, there's still the indication of clinically significant elevations on the anxiety and depression scales, meaning he's still endorsing symptoms of depression and anxiety that were clinically significant.
Thank you, doctor. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Dr. Yingling, my name is Sandra Summers, and I'm here today on behalf of R.W. Sidley. That is Mr. Reese's former employer, and I have a few questions for you. If I understand your testimony correct, you've been a practicing psychologist for about 12 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
You are not board certified in any areas of psychology, correct?
Correct.
And you saw Martin Reese only on one occasion, that was on July 6th of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
That's been about 3.5 years ago, correct?
Yes.
You've never provided Mr. Reese with any treatment, correct?
I have not.
You've never been asked to do that at this point in time, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you never were asked to examine Mr. Reese again after July 6th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you never saw Mr. Reese before his work injury in January of 2019, correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, do you agree that an accurate mental, social, and physical history is absolutely necessary in order for a psychologist to make a correct psychological diagnosis?
It is necessary.
Now, so let's talk a little bit then about some of the history in this matter that you were provided, both from medical records and from Mr. Reese. So if you would turn to page 2 of your initial report, that's your report dated 8/2/21, based on your exam of Mr. Reese on 7/6/21. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
So page 2, let's talk a little bit about Dr. Hockman's records that you specifically cite and the medications that are discussed in those records. So let's take these in chronological order. As of 12/22/2020, you note in your report that the claimant was taking Topamax, gabapentin, and trazodone, correct?
Yes, Dr. Hockman's records indicated that that's what he was taking.
And that's about 6 months before you saw Mr. Reese, correct? Or less?
I'm close to 7, but yeah, approximately 6.
Okay, I'll go with 7. Taking all 3 of those medications together, Topamax, gabapentin, and trazodone, that can significantly increase the risk of drowsiness, confusion, impaired coordination, and difficulty concentrating, correct?
The side effect profiles of those medications do identify that, though the effect in concert, I'm not familiar with this. I'm not a prescribing physician.
Okay, you don't prescribe medications yourself, correct, as a psychologist?
That's correct.
But you're aware that those medications can cause those types of side effects, of the drowsiness, confusion, impaired coordination, and difficulty concentrating.
Yes, I am aware of that.
And I think Mr. Reese reported to you also that he takes, at least when you saw him, he was taking Benadryl when he got anxious, and Benadryl can cause drowsiness, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and loss of appetite, correct?
I don't know about the loss of appetite, but I am familiar with the other identified side effects.
Okay, drowsiness, dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. Going back to Dr. Hockman's records that you specifically cite in your report, from 12/22/20, we go to February 11 of 2021, and this is a few months before you saw Mr. Reese. And Dr. Hockman notes, as you indicated previously, he, Mr. Martin, has not really been taking the Topamax or gabapentin. Now, we don't really know what Dr. Hockman means by he has not really been taking those medications. You would agree with that, correct?
All we can take is the verbatim quotation, but in terms of specific numeric frequency, that's not provided.
Yeah, Dr. Hockman says he does not say claim it, or Mr. Reese has stopped taking those medications altogether, correct?
Does not state that.
And of course, there's no indication that Mr. Reese had stopped taking the trazodone that he was taking as of 12/22/2020, correct?
Trazodone was not mentioned in that record.
Okay, so we would have to assume he was still taking the trazodone as of 2/11/2021, correct?
Unless otherwise mentioned in the record, then it would be reasonable to assume that he might still be taking it.
And then as of 6/10/2021, which is just about, 1 month before you saw Mr. Reese, Dr. Hockman's records reflect he tries to minimize medications to the best of his ability. You see that in your report that you quoted from Dr. Hockman, excuse me.
Yes, I do see that.
Okay, so there's no indication he has stopped taking any of those 3 medications, just that he's trying to minimize the medications to the best of his ability, correct?
It only states that he's minimizing medications.
Okay, so if he's still taking the 3 medications that he was prescribed in 12/22/20, the Topamax, the gabapentin, and the trazodone, he could still be experiencing those side effects that we talked about: drowsiness, confusion, impaired coordination, and difficulty concentrating as a result of those medications, correct?
It would be possible that he was experiencing some of those side effects at that time.
Okay, so on page 4 of your report, you talked about the fact that you took a medical history from Mr. Reese. And a medical history would be very important in the context of what you were asked to do, right?
It would be an important factor in understanding their background and experiences.
Okay. And if he had a medical history relative to one of the allowed conditions in this claim, that would certainly be significant, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Reese told you he had surgeries unrelated to the work injury for his shoulder and his ankle, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he had prior neck surgery, correct?
He did not report that at the time of the evaluation, from what I can recall.
And in fact, Mr. Reese, in about 2000, had a neck injury while riding a bike that resulted in surgery. I think he had a cervical fusion, which you would agree is a pretty significant surgery, correct?
That is a significant surgery.
And his claim is allowed for, as you indicated previously, substantial aggravation of some pre-existing neck conditions, correct?
I don't know that I have that listed in the claim. The time at which I evaluated him, I'm not sure if a substantial aggravation was included.
The claim is allowed for neck conditions, correct?
Yes, spinal stenosis in the cervical region.
And you don't recall then reviewing or reading any medical records relative to his cervical surgery that occurred before his work-related injury?
No, I do not recall reading any records related to his non-work injury related.
Okay, and Mr. Reese did report to you that he suffers from high blood pressure, correct?
Correct.
At the time of your examination, we know Mr. Reese was taking atenolol, lisinopril, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, tizanidine, and trazodone, correct?
Correct.
Those are the medications you list in your report that he reported to you currently taking as of the date of your examination, correct?
That is correct.
It's my understanding that atenolol is for high blood pressure, which we know Mr. Reese suffers from, correct?
Correct.
And side effects of that medication can include fatigue, depression, and dizziness, correct?
I believe so.
Lisinopril is also prescribed for high blood pressure, correct?
Yes,
It can cause headaches and dizziness, correct?
that is correct.
Tizanidine is a muscle relaxer, correct?
I believe so.
It can cause weakness and low energy, correct?
Yes,
And trazodone is an antidepressant, correct?
that is correct.
It can cause weakness, low energy, and drowsiness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, don't doctors say that some antidepressants, such as trazodone, can actually cause depression?
One of the significantly less common but possible side effects, yes, is worsening of mood.
And doctors warn people of that who are taking that particular medication, correct?
I don't know. I've never had a conversation with the prescriber about that in particular.
Fair enough. Now, in your medical history, you note that and this is at the bottom of page 4, the very last sentence that's cut off. When asked if he, Mr. Reese, ever took medication for anxiety or depression, he said no. And then he refers to the conflict with his boss that you mentioned previously. So Mr. Reese, during your evaluation of him, denied ever having taken any medication for anxiety or depression prior to the work-related injury, correct?
Correct.
Paxil is used to treat depression and anxiety disorders, correct?
I'm sorry, you broke up. What did you say?
Sure. Paxil is used to treat depression and anxiety disorders, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Reese did not tell you he took Paxil before his work injury, correct?
He did not report taking Paxil to me before his work injury.
And if he did take Paxil before his work injury, that's certainly something you would have wanted to know and take into account in your evaluation of him, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of his family or social history, Mr. Reese told you he maintained contact with his parents and siblings, correct?
Yes.
He never told you he was adopted, correct?
He did not.
Is that something you would have want to have known when evaluating his mental status?
Yes, though it would depend on the circumstances of the adoption.
Okay. Still something that he should have told you if he was being candid with you, correct?
I guess it would really depend on how integral to his sense of self he perceived the fact that he was adopted to be.
Well, what if he had been estranged from his family for more than 25 years because he felt he had been cheated out of an inheritance? Would that have been something you would have wanted to know?
Well, he endorsed that he was maintaining contact with his parents, who I assume were the individuals who specifically raised him for the majority of his life.
And you don't know whether or not he was estranged from that family for 25 years?
He made no reference of that to me in the course of my evaluation of him.
Mr. Reese denied any significant legal history to you, correct?
That is correct.
He did not tell you he had been convicted of aggravated menacing and served time in jail in about 2013, correct?
He did not report that to me.
That's something you would have wanted to have known, correct?
When I assessed for legal history, I asked if he'd been convicted of any felonies, and then secondary would be consideration of misdemeanors. However, those charges are typically less significant. So in the course of the evaluation, though, he did not endorse the, I believe he said, aggravated menacing.
Correct. And served time in jail for it. He did not tell you that at all.
He did not make reference to that.
Mr. Reese also denied the use of alcohol or ever having been in an alcohol treatment program to you when you evaluated him and questioned him, correct?
That is correct.
He did not tell you that he had been convicted of a DUI in 2012, correct? I'm talking about your initial examination in July of 2021.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall. It's not specifically listed in the course of the evaluations, the implication being that he did not endorse it at that time.
Mm-hmm. I think you learned of that later, after you had already authored this report and came to your conclusions and opinions, correct?
Yeah, I think Dr. Murphy may have referenced that, and then I addressed that in the course of my response. But,
yeah, so you found that out after you had already formulated your opinions in this matter, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Reese did not tell you he was in an alcohol treatment program after that DUI, correct?
He did not make reference to that.
And it's fair to say that at the time of your examination, you had no knowledge of Mr. Reese's drinking history, correct? He had just told you at the time of your examination he was not drinking.
Correct.
Alcohol is a depressant and can slow down brain activity, correct?
Yes.
And so use of alcohol can cause depression or at least depression-like symptoms, correct?
Yes.
The testing that you performed, well, before we get to that, I wanted to follow up with a couple of other things. You mentioned, or you answered questions about Dr. Kit Smith's evaluation of August 5, 2019. Do you have that before you?
I do.
And if you turn to, I don't know if these are numbered correctly, the third page of this evaluation.
Okay.
Let's see. Under substance abuse history, Dr. Kip notes that alcohol use was described as minimal, but it appears he may be minimizing use. Dr. Kip did not believe that Mr. Reese was being candid with him about his use of alcohol at that time, correct?
It's hard for me to extrapolate beyond what was specifically written in the note.
But it appeared to Dr. Kip that the claimant was minimizing his use of alcohol. In other words, underreporting it, correct?
He states it appears he may be minimizing use. What that means, I'm not sure.
And then on the fourth page of Dr. Kip's evaluation, summary and recommendations, you see that Dr. Kip says that Mr. Reese presents with multiple symptoms consistent with post-concussive syndrome. Do you see that?
I do see that.
So that is Dr. Kip's opinion as to what claimant or Mr. Reese was suffering from at the time of his evaluation, correct? Post-concussive syndrome.
He does not articulate a formal diagnosis, but does say that, yes, the symptoms he reports are consistent with post-concussive syndrome.
Okay, and I would agree with you. There is no formal diagnosis at all by Dr. Kip, correct?
Correct.
Diagnose any kind of depression, correct?
Sorry, you broke up there. Can you repeat that?
Dr. Kip does not diagnose any type of depression at all, correct?
He does not diagnose any depression.
And Dr. Kip does not diagnose panic disorder, correct?
He does not.
And so earlier when you said Dr. Kip recommended individual psychotherapy, that psychotherapy was for the post-concussive syndrome, correct?
The specific treatment protocols for post-concussive syndrome would be more specified than psychotherapy.
But looking at the report of Dr. Smith, the only, I'll call it loosely a diagnosis, is post-concussive syndrome, and the recommendation is individual psychotherapy. The psychotherapy was not recommended for any depression, correct?
Correct.
And it was not recommended for any panic disorder, correct?
There is references to Mr. Reese's mood being anxious and that he was overwhelmed.
I understand that, but there's no diagnosis of a panic disorder, correct?
No diagnosis whatsoever is provided.
And people can be anxious about a lot of things in their life, correct? That doesn't mean they have a panic disorder, correct?
Sure.
And people can be depressed for a lot of reasons in their life. That does not mean they have a depressive disorder as a psychologist would diagnose it, correct?
Correct.
Now, getting back to the test that you administered, this Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test that I'm going to call the MMPI for short, okay?
That's fine.
That was the test you administered to determine from a psychological standpoint if Mr. Reese suffers from a psychological disorder, correct?
That's somewhat of a simplification.
I like simplification. The jury will too.
Sure. The assessment itself was administered in order to provide a set of comparison data to look at what he endorsed on the report and how that compared with what he verbally endorsed in the course of the evaluation.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And the test, is that a series of true and false questions?
Yes, it is.
That test, then once you got those test results, that was scored by you, correct?
The results were, let me see, entered into the company that owns and provides those assessment protocols has a scoring system. The responses were entered into that scoring system, and then the results were tabulated. And there is this specific scores and totals for the different scales.
And you reviewed those scores before coming to the opinions that you previously expressed.
Correct.
Those scores are compared to what is considered a quote-unquote a normal response, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated previously, and this is on page 6 of your report, that Mr. Reese generated a larger than average number of infrequent responses, correct?
That is what it says, yes.
That can be a sign of exaggeration, correct? Somebody exaggerating their symptoms, perhaps.
One possible way of interpreting that type of responding or that score could be exaggeration.
Okay. And you also indicate in your report that Mr. Reese provided a very unusual combination of responses associated with non-credible, which means it's not believable, reporting of physical activities and mental activities, somatic and cognitive, correct?
Yes, that's the verbiage of the interpretive information about those particular elevations.
And those kinds of responses can be a sign of exaggeration, right? Again, somebody's exaggerating their physical or mental symptoms.
One of the interpretations of that information could be an exaggeration of symptoms associated with like physical illness or cognitive issues.
Okay. You also indicate that Mr. Reese provided a very, and I'm using your language, a very unusual combination of responses strongly associated with non-credible or non-believable memory complaints, correct?
That is the verbiage used.
And that can be a sign of exaggeration of memory symptoms, correct?
One of the interpretations of that information, should there be an absence of corollary secondary symptomatology, could be exaggeration of symptoms.
In addition, you state that Mr. Reese reported a much larger than average number of somatic or physical complaints, rarely described by individuals with genuine medical conditions. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And that can be a sign of exaggeration of physical complaints, correct?
In the absence of supporting physiological conditions, then yes, it could be interpreted as an exaggeration.
And finally, you state that the pattern of responding that you noticed with regard to your testing of Mr. Reese is uncommon, substantial medical problems or emotional dysfunction who report believable symptoms, correct?
Yes,
And based on those non-credible scores or scores that are not believable, you decided not to interpret the physical scales, correct?
correct.
Doctor, you state that Mr. Reese is likely to be preoccupied with suicide and death and to be at risk for current suicidal thoughts and attempts, correct?
Correct.
And that's at the bottom of page 6, the last paragraph there of your report on that page.
Yes.
Okay, so I would refer you back to your own report, the bottom of page 3. And you will note that you specifically asked Mr. Reese during your questioning of him about whether he had thoughts of harming himself. Do you recall that?
I do.
And he said he had, but it was a while ago, correct? That was his response.
Correct.
So based on Mr. Reese's verbal responses to you during your questioning, he had no preoccupation with suicide or harming himself, correct?
At the time when I evaluated him, he denied any thoughts of harming himself or even a plan to harm himself.
You state that Mr. Reese is likely to complain of feeling depressed, correct?
Yes.
And as we stated earlier, lots of people can go to a doctor and say, I feel depressed, I've got this on my mind, I've got that on my mind, but that doesn't mean they actually have a depressive disorder as a psychological condition, correct?
The pattern of Mr. Reese's responding suggests clinically significant depressive symptoms. That's why it was included in the results.
My question, though, is lots of people can complain they're depressed about things, but that does not mean they have a depressive disorder, correct?
Correct.
You state on page 7 of your report that depressive symptoms evidenced by Mr. Reese include low mood, disrupted sleep, feelings of fatigue, and a slowing down of physical activity, correct?
Correct.
And those symptoms can be caused by the various medications Mr. Reese was taking, correct?
There is a potential for the medications that he was taking to cause some of those symptoms.
A panic attack, or strike that, I'm sorry, doctor, a panic attack is an abrupt surge of intense discomfort that reaches a peak within minutes, correct?
That is correct.
And in diagnosing Mr. Reese with this panic disorder, you indicated he had a pounding heart, sweating, trembling, or shaking, shortness of breath, chest pain, nausea, chills, or heat sensations during those attacks, correct?
Yes, those are the symptoms he endorsed.
And those symptoms can be caused by many things, correct, including medical conditions and certain medications, correct?
They could be, but it's unlikely for them to all happen at the same time in these specific window surges.
But you agree, again, there are many types of physical conditions and medications that can cause those same symptoms.
Yes.
You agree, doctor, that you did have concerns about the validity of your test scores from the tests you administered to Mr. Reese, correct?
The results suggested the possibility of interpreting the scores as him exaggerating or reporting non-credible symptoms. However, the interpretation of those scales are left to clinical judgment based on observation of symptoms, reported symptoms, and the data itself.
Yeah, in other words, the history that you took from Mr. Reese, which we know was not accurate, correct?
Are you asking me if the history I took from him was not accurate?
Well, I think we've already gone through the history that you obtained versus some of the information that Mr. Reese omitted from that history, correct?
We did discuss his history.
Yep. And some of the information he gave you was either inaccurate, or he did not give you candid answers to some of your questions, correct?
He did not disclose to me some information that he disclosed to, or in the course of later evaluations.
And because you were concerned about the validity of these test scores that you administered, or from the tests you administered to Mr. Reese, you made some adjustments in interpreting the scores, correct? You did that on your own?
No.
Well, I would refer you to your November 22, 2021 report, in which you say, while there were some validity concerns identified in both psychological tests that were administered, adjustments were made in their interpretation. Is that a correct quote from your report of November 22, 2021?
That is a correct quote.
Thank you. And doctor, you never provided in writing these adjustments that you made to your interpretation of the test scores, correct?
I did not. To the interpretation, that's verbiage based on the scoring for the Milan measure that Dr. Murphy administered.
But again, Dr. Yingling, in your report of November 22, 2021, you say adjustments were made in their interpretation, correct? Am I reading that right or not?
You are reading the verbiage correctly.
Okay. And doctor, you have never provided Mr. Reese's test scores from the psychological testing you performed on him, correct?
Can you say that again? I didn't catch it.
You've never provided the test scores from these tests that you performed on Mr. Reese, correct?
Provided to whom?
The actual scores to the Industrial Commission of Ohio, to your lawyer, to me, to anybody.
I have no idea. I don't control those, the release of records from practice.
You never asked to see those test scores?
I reviewed the test scores directly.
Yeah, so you know what the test scores are, correct?
Yes.
But you never provided that to anybody else, to Mr. Reese's lawyer, to me, to the BW Industrial Commission?
If I recall correctly, I believe they were requested by one of the admins in preparation for this deposition and then presumably were sent to someone.
Well, I can tell you that I've never received them. Dr. Murphy never had an opportunity to review those, and I don't believe your counsel has seen them. So you know what the scores are, correct? And we don't know what those scores are.
Were the results subpoenaed?
We don't have to subpoena the results.
Okay, but it sounds like you would like to see them, and that's, you can have any mysteries.
You know what the scores are, correct? You know what the scores are.
Yes.
And you have not disclosed those yourself.
At no point was I asked specifically to disclose them. Would you like to know what they are?
No, I do not, because it's too late in time for that. My point is, they have not been disclosed as of today by you, correct?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just some brief follow-up, Dr. Yingling. Do you typically include the raw data or scores when you author a report such as this?
At the time of the MMPI-2 RF administrations that I was conducting, they were not commonly included.
But you get the results yourself and then you interpret those and author the report. Is that your standard practice?
Yes.
You made a comment and you kind of went back and forth with opposing counsel. And you said, I didn't make any adjustments. And I'm not sure it's still clear in my mind, and so perhaps not in the ladies and gentlemen of the jury either, what you mean when you say adjustments were made, but you did not make any adjustments. Can you elaborate on that?
I can. So the assessment that was administered by Dr. Murphy, the Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory, as noted in his report, was computer scored and interpreted by PAR Psychological Assessment Resources. And the salient points of that interpretation are presented, indicating or suggesting that Dr. Murphy himself did not actually interpret the data, but was reliant upon computer-generated information. So there's an absence of clinical oversight in there. The computer scoring verbiage states, scores have been adjusted based on the disclosure scale to compensate for a potential underreporting of actual symptoms. It also later states, scores for multiple of the scales have been adjusted to compensate for the potential overreporting of symptoms based on elevated scores. Additional score adjustments have been made on scores for scales 2A and S. So when I was referring to the adjustments in interpretation, I'm referring to the adjustments that the computer thought were relevant to make.
So the computer makes the adjustments based upon either this over-reporting or under-reporting that's identified, but you're not specifically making adjustments. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Ms. Summers asked you some questions about an aggravated menacing charge that was not disclosed during your initial interview. I believe the evidence will show that what in fact Mr. Reese was convicted of was a disorderly conduct misdemeanor. But again, does that in any way change your opinions with regard to the depressive disorder and the panic disorder having been caused by his work-related injury?
It does not change my opinion.
There was also some discussions about Mr. Reese's upbringing and family history. Do you specifically ask upon conducting an interview whether or not an individual is adopted?
I do not.
Do you merely just ask questions about an individual's upbringing?
That's correct.
And you did have the opportunity to review Dr. Hockman's records, correct?
Correct.
And I note that in Dr. Hockman's initial office note, which is June 10th of 2019, the history indicates, among other things, that Mr. Reese had a cervical spine surgery in 2002. Since you had the opportunity to review Dr. Hockman's records before having authored your report, would you have been aware of the prior history of the cervical spine surgery?
Yes.
There was much discussion about Mr. Reese's prior use of alcohol as well as the other medications he's taken, and that these things can cause or mimic depressive symptoms. Based upon your clinical experience, do you believe that either alcohol use or any of the medications that we've discussed could mimic the symptoms of a panic disorder?
No, they could not mimic the symptoms of a panic disorder.
Thank you, doctor. That's all the questions I have.
I have nothing further.
All right, does the plaintiff have another witness?
No other witnesses, Your Honor, so subject to the admission of our exhibits, we request.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the plaintiff is rested, meaning they presented all the evidence they intend to present. The next phase of the trial will be for the defense to go forward. Before we do that, we've got some things to take care of out of your hearing, so we're going to take about a 20-minute break. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to get any information from any other source, and do not conclude anything until the case is submitted to you. So we'll start up again about 2:30.
All rise for the jury.
All right, have a seat. And then what are the exhibits?
We actually have a joint book of exhibits. They've been previously marked as exhibits 1 through 10, and I believe a list was filed with the court.
Okay, so that's we're just going to call those joint exhibits 1 through 10?
Correct.
Ms. Summers did bring to my attention, though, that Mr. Reese's social security number might be present on a few of the exhibits, so I'm just going to take those home this evening and redact them to make sure that they're not sent back with his social security
Okay.
number.
All right. Ms. Summers?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move for a directed verdict. Our position is that the plaintiff has failed to meet his burden of proof in proving that he suffers from the conditions that are alleged and that those conditions were caused or arose from his physical injuries that were sustained by him on January 24 of 2019. In addition, the basis for the motion is that Dr. Yingling, as you just heard, failed to disclose or provide test scores from the psychological testing he administered to Mr. Reese. We believe without those test scores, his opinion is deficient. I think it's pretty clear under the civil rules and rules of evidence 702 and 703 that an expert testifying at trial has to disclose the basis for his opinions or the bases for his opinions. In this case, again, we don't have the scoring that Dr. Yingling administered. As such, again, his opinion is flawed, and for that reason, we would ask for a verdict directed in the favor of defendant.
Ms. Krause?
We would obviously oppose the motion for directed verdict. I think there's two different kind of arguments that are being conflated here. The rules do require that Dr. Yingling put forth the underlying basis for his opinion, which I think he adequately did during his testimony. His opinion was not only based upon some test scores, which he in fact reviewed. It was based upon the history that he took from Mr. Reese, the records that he reviewed, and all of those things that he discussed during his testimony. So we believe that he's more than complied with the rules of evidence in terms of setting forth the basis of his opinion. As to whether or not the raw data test scores are relevant or should have been part of this case has been pending for some time, and at any point along the way, defense counsel could have requested that raw data from the doctor, but the first time it came up was during his trial testimony. So we don't believe that this forms the basis for a directed verdict motion. We would ask that the motion be denied.
All right. Based on the testimony and the applicable standard, I'll deny the motion for directed verdict. So when we come back, I think your doc is about an hour 40 or so?
Something like that, yes.
Okay, so we'll then obviously conclude after that and then come back in the morning for the closing. You don't anticipate any rebuttal?
I'm toying with like one question, so I'll make that decision tonight.
Okay. All right.
Doctor, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Doctor, would you please state your full name and your occupation for the jury?
Michael A. Murphy, PhD, licensed psychologist in the state of Ohio.
As a psychologist, you have your own private practice, is that correct?
I do. I do see some patients, not as many as I did years ago. I do mainly at this time evaluations, consultations, fit for duty evaluations, some FMLA evaluations, and also work for various counties in central Ohio for first responders, mainly Ohio sheriffs, Franklin County. And that involves psychological assessments and also critical incident counseling sessions.
Where is your main office located?
This is my main office.
Here in Columbus?
Yes, 500 West Wilson Bridge Road.
You have several satellite offices in Ohio too, correct?
I do.
Where are those located?
We've got an office in Garfield Heights or Cleveland, Canton, Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, and Chillicothe.
How long have you been a psychologist?
I think it's been since 1987.
Are you a licensed psychologist in Ohio?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been licensed in Ohio?
Again, since about 87.
And
I should also add, I'm also licensed in Ohio as a clinical counselor. That's a separate board. They call it the Counseling and Social Work Family Therapy Board. Has its own requirements regarding credentialing and maintenance CEUs.
And how long have you had that license?
Well, since I was grandfathered in, I'd say sometime around 2000, maybe slightly before.
I'm going to be asking you some questions about your background, your educational background, and other things. You have your CV in front of you, or your resume, correct?
Correct.
And if you need to, you can refer to that as I ask these questions, Doctor. Could you just explain to the jury your educational background, beginning with college?
Well, I got my bachelor's degree, my master's degree, and my PhD all from Ohio State University. And my professor at the PhD level was Dr. Donald Tosi. And he was also, we kind of went into practice together, you would say. After I graduated, together he and I co-authored a couple of books and papers and so forth, became personal friends. And he was considered at that time in the early 1980s one of the top researchers on psychotherapy, and was recognized as one of the top 3 at the time in terms of research, and also developing a model for counseling and psychotherapy. And I kind of plugged into that, did my dissertation at Riverside Hospital here in Columbus, published a couple studies from that. Kind of my thing with him is I did a lot of the statistical analyses of some of the research that he had been working on in the 80s, and then we ended up writing those up together. So he and I have co-authored a book on counseling theories that was used at Ohio State and some other universities around Ohio and the country back in the early 1990s. Also published a book on the MMPI, and that was dealing with issues with people with substance abuse and what various personality types that might describe somebody who has a substance abuse problem. We also have another unpublished book. I'm going to try to get to it when I can, but that's kind of on the shelf right at the moment.
Since you brought up the MMPI, could you tell the jury what that is?
Well, the MMPI is one of the first psychological inventories of the 1940s out of the University of Minnesota, where psychological testing of true and false type inventory was used to help, at that time, evaluate psychological conditions, the status, and so forth. It was really used initially in the military, but over the years has been revised, refined. It's now on its 3rd revision, I guess you would say. So, and there are a couple of different variations out there right now.
And how is that used by a psychologist?
That's used as, say, a procedure to help in evaluating various psychological conditions.
Doctor, what is board certification?
Well, I'm licensed by the Board of Psychology here. Every 2 years, you have to provide documentation regarding continued education. I've been just recently, back in September, re-credentialed for the 2024 through 2026 biennium. I've got just one more course to take for the 2026-2028 biennium. And like again I say, I'm also licensed by the board, state counselor board as well.
You're talking about board certification.
I'm just talking about board licensures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you board certified in
No,
areas?
no, I'm not.
Are you a member of any professional groups? And you can just name a few of them for the jury.
Just really the American Psychological Association.
Do you have any professional affiliations?
Well, I am a member of the Disability Evaluators Panel for the Bureau of Workers' Compensation. I'm also a member of the Industrial Commission, I think they call it the Medical Specialist Panel. And I'm under contractual obligation with the Franklin County Sheriff's Office for services to sheriffs.
Now, you've mentioned some textbooks that you've written or co-authored. Have you published any articles in your field?
Yes, I have.
What types of articles? Just can you give us just a general idea?
Well, we did a lot of, say like my dissertation, I published an article about a psychological test. It's I guess you'd say statistical, structural makeup, and that was on the Milan Behavioral Health Inventory, a variation of the test that I use. Again, wrote that book on the MMPI. There's some other articles we did, I believe, on the cognitive belief systems and irrational beliefs. Also a number of studies, various studies on psychotherapy and their effectiveness with various different medical, psychological conditions. And most of those were true, independent, experimental designs, where you'd have treatment groups and then maybe a placebo group or a control group in terms of measuring change based on psychotherapy interventions.
Have you held any professional positions in the past, or do you hold any currently?
Well, after I got my PhD, I did work. I was an employee of both the Bureau of Workers' Compensation and the Industrial Commission when they were had an inpatient pain and stress management program. So I worked there roughly about a year and a half. I forget the question again.
Just your professional positions you've held.
Yeah, and about at that time, I did some consulting work with a psychiatrist, Dr. William Todd, for about 3 years. Then, as I said, Dr. Tosi and I had kind of worked together after 1987 here and there, and then it kind of accelerated after about 1990, 1989, somewhere in there.
Have you testified in court cases before?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in the past on behalf of injured workers and on behalf of companies?
Yes, I have.
You've testified in workers' compensation cases specifically,
I have.
correct?
I have.
How much do you charge for your time to testify in a court case?
$600 an hour.
So, Dr. Murphy, I'd like to ask you some very general questions that are pertinent to what we're going to be discussing here today. What is psychology? I know that's a rather broad question, but could you explain to the jury what that science is?
It's really pretty broad, but to say it simply, it's, I guess you'd say, the study of human behavior, human activity in all respects. My specialty is more like clinical counseling, but there are other areas of psychology that are industrial psychology, quantitative psychology. There's also like what they call comparative psychology, which is studying animal behavior, how that might correlate or not with human activity.
Well, what do you mean by clinical psychology then?
Well, clinical psychology typically pertains to, when we make a psychological diagnosis, some type, a significant mental health problem, one way or another, person might experience.
And can you explain how a psychologist goes about making a diagnosis? What tools you use, what the process is?
Well, first of all, there is a diagnostic manual, and the one that we use currently is the DSM-5, meaning the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It's the 5th edition, DSM-5. It is the kind of intellectual property of the American Psychological Association. And just to give a brief description, it's a compendium of various different diagnoses agreed upon by various professional groups, psychiatrists, psychologists, counselors, social workers, and now also pharmaceutical companies. And it's kind of a listing criteria for various different diagnoses.
Okay, it sounds like it's a little bit more psychology to some extent?
To some extent, yeah.
Okay.
But that's kind of the framework for making a diagnosis. But in terms of evaluation, I mean, there's the full interview, psychological testing. There may be ancillary records to look at, sometimes surveillance videos and so forth. So it's just what data is available at the time of the assessment to take into account.
When you're doing an evaluation in order to make or maybe rule out a diagnosis, do you take a history from the person that you're evaluating?
Yes, I do.
What can you tell the jury what is a history and what is its significance?
Well, the history, when people come in, I sometimes say, I've got to take a history from you from A to Z, meaning, it's your full, I guess to say, the extent the person is capable of expressing it, your full history from, your date of birth, your parental history, social history, educational history, marital, so forth, occupational, medical history. So it's kind of like full lifespan.
Why is that important in terms of what you're doing?
Well, it's to make a diagnosis. I mean, you could have maybe a little bit of information, but it's always better to have the full.
More is better?
More is better, yes, it is.
Is it important that you give an accurate history from the person you're evaluating?
For sure.
And why is that?
Well, there may be, just as an example, there may be, the more and complete the history, I think the more confidence you have in a given diagnosis. If somebody's not able to tell you, then it's kind of like a gap of data. As an example, I was interviewing somebody yesterday trying to get the personal history, and I said, did you go through any type of childhood abuse? And the person says, I'm not sure. Well, okay. Or you might but what it means is that, hey, that may be in somebody's psychological awareness, or it may not be. So to the extent that you can get information that people can convey, then the more accurate picture you have.
And I think you touched upon this, but sometimes in your evaluations,
Right.
You're asked to identify maybe medical records, for example. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of it?
I just want to make another point, too,
Sure.
about the accuracy of information. Let's say sometimes I'll interview somebody, and they'll say, well, I've been married 3 times. Okay, when was that? Well, I can't remember. Well, what was the marriage about? Well, I don't know. It was so long ago, I can't tell you. So when you can't, I mean, it just, if you're not able to get the information, it's kind of like, just some questions remain. Usually most people can tell you why they've had marital problems or issues, but if they can't, then it's kind of like a flag goes up a bit.
So in terms of records that you might be asked to review, for example, medical records for someone you're evaluating, how are those records helpful?
Well, again, it just helps to provide a complete picture of what has transpired in a person's life, or what medical, with the workers' comp cases, what medical treatments or procedures a person has had. Like I say, sometimes people can recollect them, sometimes they can't.
And that might have some bearing on your evaluation for a psychological condition?
Correct.
So what I'd like to do now is maybe discuss a few terms that the jury's going to hear in this case involving Mr. Reese. There's an allegation that Mr. Reese developed other depressive disorder, recurrent grief depression, in the context of his workers' compensation claim. Can you tell us what that is, what that means?
Okay.
Condition or diagnosis?
Yeah, I'm going to refer to the manual because that will give it.
You're talking about DSM?
Yeah, the DSM-5. It's a DSM-5 condition, and they say it's a condition where, I mean, there are other various types of depressions, and it's where, you know, someone might say, well, there's major depression because somebody got divorced or they got laid off. The other depressive disorder, it's like you have the symptoms, maybe you might have symptoms of depression, but they're not, you can't categorize them as like a chronic depression that's been there for 2 years, or a major depression where, you know, you're immediately going to need to be psychiatrically hospitalized or placed on medication. It's kind of like this category that doesn't quite fit these other depressions.
It sounds like something sort of in between those,
right,
perhaps.
More or less. Yeah.
But that is a specific diagnosis that's found in the DSM-5.
Correct.
And how is that specific condition diagnosed?
Well, they don't say how it's diagnosed. They just have, you know, a general description of what it may or may not be.
Well, maybe I should say, how would you go about diagnosing that condition?
Oh, okay. Well, again, I think psychological testing is always critical and important. And the second is, you know, inquiry in terms of what, interviewing what symptoms a person may have or may not have, and, you know, when the symptoms first began, you know, what's the intensity of symptoms, and a person might say they're depressed, but what are the other functional activities a person might have in addition to, you know, that? Had the person ever taken a medicine for stress or depression before? So, got to take the full history, I guess is what I would say.
What about panic disorder? What does that mean?
Well, panic disorder, again, is another DSM-5 condition. Typically involves, you know, a high level of emotional arousal to the point where you might be experiencing various physical symptoms of panic.
What would those physical symptoms be?
There's a bunch of them. You might have heart palpitations, excessive sweating, trembling, shaking, feeling like you're going crazy, may feel like you're going to die at any moment, nausea, shortness of breath, and typically a panic episode, I mean, they come on really strong and then start to subside relatively within minutes.
And doctor, when we're talking about disorders, actual disorders like depression or panic from a psychological standpoint or perspective, how is that different from somebody just saying, oh, you know, something happened, I feel depressed, I feel sad, I feel lonely, or I'm anxious about something?
Well, we might have, in a given day or a week, we may have all kind of like sensations and emotions, frustrations, stresses. However, when there is a diagnosable condition, these are like sustained symptoms over a period of time. They may lead to occupational impairment. You know, if you're depressed, you can't function on a job. You cannot maintain relationships because you're just so socially withdrawn, detached. So it's the fact of the intensity, the severity, and to the degree that it might impact how you function in life.
Doctor, we're going to talk now specifically about Mr. Reese. You were asked to evaluate Mr. Reese back in 2021, correct, in the context of his workers' compensation claim?
Yes.
I believe that was on October 22nd of 2021?
Yes, it was.
And before I go on here, let's let the jury know what you're looking at here. So in front of you, is that your file for Mr. Reese, all the documents you have there in the binder clips?
Yes.
And what is it that you're going to be looking at now? Is that the report from 10/22/21?
Yeah, this is the report that was generated from my evaluation on 10/22 of 2021.
And you were asked to evaluate Mr. Reese on behalf of R.W. Sibley, correct?
Correct. It came through third-party Quest evaluations.
Very good, but your understanding was it was on behalf of his employer, essentially?
Correct.
And you were made aware that Mr. Reese was injured on the job on 1/24 of 2019, correct?
Yes.
You were aware he filed a workers' compensation claim that was allowed for certain physical conditions, correct?
Yes, I did.
And as you stated before, you've done evaluations such as this in the past on many occasions, workers' compensation claimants specifically.
Yes, I have.
In this case, for Mr. Reese, what was your understanding of the allowed physical conditions in his claim?
Well, from 1/24/2019, he had a concussion with a loss of consciousness of an unspecified duration, left shoulder contusion, post-concussive syndrome, partial left suprasinus rotator cuff tear, substantial aggravation of pre-existing C3-4, C4-5, C5-6, and C6-7 facet hypertrophy, familial stenosis.
Yeah, and doctor, I realize you're not a medical doctor, but you do understand that these are the allowed physical conditions in his claim.
Right.
And what was it that you were asked to do for purposes of your examination?
I was asked to determine whether other specified depressive disorder or recurrent brief depression and panic disorder, whether they were present and related to the claim.
And in conjunction with your examination of Mr. Reese, did you review some medical records that were provided to you?
I did.
And are those medical records part of the file in front of you?
Yes.
What was the significance of those records? In other words, how did you use those records in terms of what you were asked to do, your evaluation of Mr. Reese for any psychological conditions?
Yeah, I documented all the records that were forwarded to me. The main record that I was looked at was that of the report of Dr. Yingling on the 8/2 of 2021.
And you understand that Dr. Yingling is Mr. Reese's expert witness in this case?
Yes.
And you just said you reviewed his 8/2/2021 report. What did you find significant about Dr. Yingling's report?
Well, he did conclude that the diagnosis, we talked about depression and panic. I think I did comment somewhere that while he reports certain testing, how he never necessarily reported any test data scores, he didn't necessarily look at other factors that were present in the case. Apparently the injured worker had a DUI around 2012, and there's some other, I guess, disorderly conduct charges that were never mentioned to me, and the alcohol issue was not in Dr. Yingling's report. And what I thought was kind of important, but never really mentioned by Dr. Yingling, was the use of medicines Mr. Reese was taking. And that included gabapentin, tizanidine, and trazodone, and all those medicines, they're fairly sedative in nature.
And so what effect would those have?
Well, when I talked to him, when he told me...
When you say you talked to him, to Mr. Reese?
Yeah, when I talked to Mr. Reese during the interview, he reported to me that when he takes the muscle relaxer, which is tizanidine, and in the report I put it in quotations, it says it puts me out for 4 to 5 hours. And he also related he was not able to drive when he takes tizanidine. So, to me, I made the comment somewhere that, I mean, the effects of these medicines can sedate somebody, and you might see something, they may look like they're depressed, but they're under the influence of medicine.
We'll come back to that. What is the significance of the fact that Dr. Yingling did not provide the test data scores you mentioned earlier?
Well, I know I have the test scores in my report, but when you can't look at these objective test scores, you really can't evaluate. I mean, there's various different scales of stress and depression on there, and whether those scores were significant or not, or to what level. And usually these reports are computerized. They provide a diagnosis sometimes at the end, and there's no, you can't really assess whether there is or is not a condition, just some description.
So let's talk about your examination of Mr. Reese. Can you tell us how he presented himself for your examination?
Well, I felt he presented on time, weighed up 180 pounds, 5'9". I felt, he was able to complete the testing that we had him take, also filled out a personal history form for me. When I talked to him, he seemed to answer the questions that I had, provided information at times.
What history did he provide to you about his work injury?
Well, again, that he was injured by 2 by 2 by 20 foot long angle iron that struck him in the back of the neck, shoulder, and back of the head. And then he was taken to the emergency room at Madison Hospital, where he had x-rays and CAT scans performed. I believe he subsequently had neck surgery in May of 2021, underwent some physical therapy, I believe. And then again, as I said, he was taking various different medicines, gabapentin, tizanidine, and trazodone at the time of the interview.
What are those medications for typically?
In layman's terms, I guess gabapentin is a pain medicine for some, if you're having some form of nerve or neurological type pain. Tizanidine is considered like a muscle relaxer, and trazodone is a medicine taken so one can sleep at night.
And can any of those medications mimic depressive symptoms? I think you alluded to that earlier.
I think if you look up in many medical textbooks or pharmaceutical textbooks, all three of those individually typically are prone to sedation.
And certainly you would not be driving any kind of automobile if you're taking those medications.
Or maybe operating equipment.
What about the history that Mr. Reese provided relative to his mental status?
Well, I believe he's a man of average intelligence based on his education, his work history. Short-term memory was a little bit off. Long-term memory was pretty much intact. He was basically, his cognitive functions were relatively intact, I would say, with the exception of some mild short-term memory.
And what do you mean by cognitive?
Cognitive is kind of our mental thoughts, how we make decisions, how our brain's working more or less, in terms of perception and judgments, decision making. Are we able to, do some basic, functions such as handling our own money and, making decisions for ourselves. So those are like our cognitive capacities.
And with regard to Mr. Reese, you found all of that to be relatively normal?
Relatively normal, with the exception of some mild intermittent memory interference.
Perform any psychological testing of Mr. Reese?
I did.
Okay, can you tell us what kind of testing and what the purpose of that testing is?
I administered the Milan Clinical Multi-Axle Inventory 4.
Okay, that's a lot right there.
Yeah.
What is
Right.
that?
It's a true and false inventory, 195 items. It's some of the scales are geared to the DSM-5, which I talked about. There are scales on kind of like validity, modifying indices in terms of how somebody may be approaching the test taking, and it's a test that generally takes roughly the average person, if you got a 7th, 8th grade education, about 30 minutes. Though it took him about probably about 30 minutes for him to take there too. So it's one. I like, because the MMPI takes roughly 2 or 3 hours to take. So this is, as again I said, it's if you could read the headlines of the newspaper, you should be able to take the test in about 30 minutes.
And Mr. Reese was able to do that without any problems?
No problem.
So is this a standardized test?
It is a standardized psychological inventory.
And is it used by a lot of psychologists?
It is. It's recognized by the Disability Evaluators Panel for the Bureau of Workers' Compensation, and then also recognized by the Industrial Commission Medical Services Board or group.
So what is the purpose of the test? What's it supposed to tell you about the person taking the test?
Well, the idea is that, again, it gives an idea of how somebody psychologically approached taking the test, and also provides various scores on personality traits a person may have. Those are long-standing type tendencies that people had since likely adolescence or late adolescence, early adulthood. And then there's also scales on these clinical syndromes that are defined in the DSM-5. Not all of them, but about 10 of them.
And did you reflect the test results of Mr. Reese in your report?
I did.
And what did the test results tell you about Mr. Reese?
Well, to some extent, he may have avoided disclosure about, there may be a tendency for non-disclosure of maybe certain emotional, behavioral tendencies. The test also suggested that there may be a tendency to not be somebody who's necessarily psychologically minded, meaning, someone who may not reflect themselves necessarily on, why do they do this, or this happened because this, and this is now the way I approach things. So there was that tendency in terms of the overall approach to the test.
How is that significant?
Well, it just tells you that in terms of, at the time he took the testing, there just maybe a tendency, I guess, for lack of better words, to screen what I'm going to answer true, you know, kind of try to self-evaluate, you know, what things I'm going to report about myself or not.
Okay, so he's not being completely forthcoming?
Well, I don't want to say that. I just want to say there was a tendency to avoid self-disclosure.
All right.
Yeah. And a tendency, as it states, this non-disclosure may signify a characterological evasiveness or unwillingness to divulge matters of personal nature or problematic or not. Meaning that this is probably like a long-term tendency that he has to not to really want to.
It's just his personality?
Like a defensiveness, I guess I would say. Sum it up.
Just sort of part of who he is.
Probably, yeah.
Did you find any evidence of over-reporting or exaggerating in your examination and testing of Mr. Reese?
Yeah. So
explain that.
Well, because there was a tendency to kind of like under-report, the test kind of internally adjusts for that style and indicates there may also been a potential of over-reporting on scales such as generalized anxiety and major depression.
And over-reporting is sort of an exaggeration?
Yeah. So in other words, I may downplay this, but I'll play that. That'd be the most basic way of describing that, I believe.
And why is that significant?
Well, because he's maybe these alleged symptoms of depression or anxiety are he's wanting to know that, but he's not wanting to know maybe some other things. In other words, emphasizing this, minimizing that. And that's like a psychological reporting style.
And so what does this test overall tell you about Mr. Reese?
Well, my take on that was that there was a tendency to kind of over-report, over-endorse items relating to major depression and generalized anxiety.
Exaggerating those symptoms.
Right, you can say that.
Doctor, I'm going to ask you...
And I say that too in collaboration too with Dr. Yingling. He discussed in his report the fact on the MMPI 2RF, a test he used, that there was this tendency to endorse a larger number of infrequent responses. These would be considered, unusual items for the average person to respond to.
So are you saying that Dr. Yingling notes some possible over-reporting or exaggerating also?
Exactly.
And Dr. Yingling, he administered a different test from you, correct?
He did.
What kind of test did he administer?
He administered the MMPI 2RF. RF meaning research form. 2 meaning second version of the MMPI.
How is that different from the test you administered?
Well, to make a long story short, the MMPI is based on a certain theoretical basis that you believe psychopathology is randomly distributed in the population, meaning that it kind of follows like if anybody's seen a bell curve of intelligence where average IQ is 100, half the people fall below 100, half the people fall above 100. Same thing, depression is kind of equally distributed in the population. That was the theory at the time. The Milan is somewhat different, where it's based on you're reporting the symptoms of people who've actually been diagnosed with a major depression. I mean, these are like, tens of thousands of people, and then how do your answers match up to those who've actually been diagnosed with the condition?
So you're sort of comparing them.
Yeah, it's not based on, the Milan does not say, okay, depression is equally distributed, and it's, it's different, we gotta look at it differently.
Why do you prefer the Milan test?
Well, one, I think it's key to the DSM-5 to a degree. Two, I'm not, I like the MMPI. I've got, it's, my partner, Dr. Tosi, would say, it's like, what's the difference between a BMW and a Mercedes-Benz? I mean, they're both very good, but they're just built a little different. The MCI, again, it's more correlated, the diagnostic categories are correlated with people who have been diagnosed and treated with these different conditions. Where the MMPI just kind of says, okay, you have these traits, yeah, you're kind of similar to maybe a lot of people, or you may be way out there, in terms of endorsing this.
Do you feel the Milan test is a little better tested in these circumstances?
Well, I certainly feel it's more efficient. I think overall, it's equivalent to or better in some respects to the MMPI.
Doctor, I'm going to ask you a couple of opinion questions here now. And I'll ask whether or not you have an opinion, and then I will ask you the basis for that opinion. So based on your examination of Mr. Reese on October 22 of 2021, including your psychological testing, the history Mr. Reese gave you, and your review of the records that were provided to you, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did Mr. Reese meet the criteria for a diagnosis of other specified depressive disorder, recurrent brief depression? First of all, do you have an opinion?
I do.
And what is your opinion?
Well, as I looked at Dr. Yingling's report, again...
Well, first of all, I'm asking, do you have an opinion as to whether he met the criteria for the diagnosis?
Yeah, I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
He did not meet that criteria.
And then what is the basis of that opinion?
Okay. Well, I cite Dr. Yingling's testing that indicated his the endorsement of infrequent items, responding to what he cited as non-credible somatic and cognitive symptoms.
What does that mean?
Well, I might say I have these different physical symptoms, but when you really take the hard look at it, it doesn't add up,
And
But I'm saying I'm responding to these items that I do feel this way.
And Dr. Yingling was indicating that some of these responses by Mr. Reese were not credible or believable?
As he answered the testing, yes. Yeah. And as I cited, with the Milan, there was a mix of non-disclosure and then also over-reporting. I also indicated in my report that I felt, not reported by Dr. Yingling, there was an incident where he had a DUI. I guess he told me it was 20 years ago, but at the time of the evaluation, I guess it was 2012 or 13. I did say I thought the effects of the medications mimic depression. He told me his appetite was normal, and libido was reported as normal. In other words, sexual function was normal. These are two symptoms often found with people who are experiencing clinical depressions.
And he did not have those
symptoms? Did not have those.
Anything else?
That was mainly my reason there.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you a similar set of questions as to the alleged panic disorder. Based on your examination of Mr. Reese on October 22, 2021, including your psychological testing, the history provided by Mr. Reese and the history you obtained from your review of the medical records and other records that were provided to you. In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did Mr. Reese meet the criteria for a diagnosis of panic disorder?
No, he did not.
And what is the basis for your opinion for that?
Well, again, I talk about the objective testing being questionable at best. I felt some of his just emotional reactivity, lability, mood fluctuation was attributed to his medications. And while he complained about panic when he was driving, this is when he wasn't taking tizanidine, which is a major sedative. So I didn't feel there was objective evidence of a panic disorder. Other things could explain the symptoms he's experiencing.
And when you say no evidence of a panic disorder, again, you're talking about a clinical diagnosis based on objective testing and symptoms, correct?
Right.
And people can feel panic for different reasons, but it might not rise to the level of a psychological disorder. Is that correct?
Well, you might have some momentary emotional stress, arousal, if you will, but his panic, as he reported to me, is when he was driving. I mean, that's kind of unusual, and then when you put it, kind of add it up with the fact he's not taking tizanidine, then he doesn't seem consistent to me.
You prepared an additional or an addendum report in this matter on April 8 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And do you have that report, your report before you?
I do.
And I believe that report was in response to Dr. Yingling's addendum report of November 22, 2021. Is that right?
That's right.
What did you find significant in Dr. Yingling's addendum report of November 22, 2021?
Dr. Yingling's report.
Yeah, you responded to it in your report of April 8 of 2022.
He seems to dismiss this whole alcohol DUI matter, which he says was 20 years ago, because that's what I said, but that's what he reported, the injured worker reported, and Mr. Reese reported to me.
And it wasn't 20 years before your examination, right? It was closer in time to that.
It was apparently 2012. Then there was also, I learned, other legal things that, again, I don't think Dr. Yingling necessarily wanted to discuss.
What were the other legal things?
I understood there was some disorderly conduct charges he had in connection with previous employment or a former boss or something to that nature. There was a legal report in there that kind of cited that. And he did, Dr. Yingling did discuss the testing, but he seems to be willing to how can I say, not necessarily consider the full effects of this whole over-reporting response style, both in his testing and mine. And I did also, he did also mention medication, but he said it would not cause depression or sadness. But if you're using a sedative medication, you may, let's say, skip a dosage, but it's still in your system. I mean, and you're going to have, or if you're taking it at a given moment in time, you're going to be, you might look like you're kind of down, but it's really the effects of medication.
During your examination of Mr. Reese back in 2021, did he talk about any prior psychological treatment or conditions?
As I understood it, maybe around 2016 or 2017, he was in some kind of counseling. And he told me that was due to an issue with his boss.
And did he also report having been given psychotropic medication?
Yes, he did.
In the past, and this is before his work-related injury?
Right, right.
What did he tell you about that?
Well, he said he tried something, and I think I did see in records that he was tried on several, but nothing really, from what I could gather, nothing was really taken any other than just trials on him.
Did he tell you what he had taken that medication
He did
for?
not.
Did he just not recall?
As I understood it, here's what he said to me when I asked him, what medicines were you taking? He said, they gave me something, I don't know what I took.
Did you review some records from Dr. Manahar?
I did.
Okay, and I understand that was Mr. Reese's treating physician, at least at some point in time, correct?
Correct.
And what do Dr. Manahar's records reflect with regards to claimant's psychiatric or psychological condition?
Well, I cited in the addendum report that on 3/5/19, Dr. Manahar indicated that he was completely oriented to person, place, and time, and that his mood was normal.
And that was after the injury at issue in this case in January 2019, correct?
Correct.
Did Dr. Yingling's addendum report of 11/22/21 or any new documentation provided to you in early 2022 change any of the opinions that you just previously expressed in your testimony with regard to the two alleged psychological conditions?
No, I didn't.
And finally, Dr. Murphy, I believe you had a chance to examine Mr. Reese on one final occasion in March of 2023, is that correct?
I did.
And did you author a report based upon your examination at that time?
I did.
Was there anything about your examination in March of 2023 that changed any of the opinions or would change any of the opinions that you've expressed here today relative to the two psychological conditions at issue?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Could we just go off the record briefly?
Of course.
We are off the record. The time is 11:57. We are back on the record. The time is 12 o'clock.
Good afternoon, Doctor. My name is Kristen Krause. I represent Mr. Reese, and I'd like to ask you some questions about your testimony. You indicated in your direct testimony that a small percentage of your practice involves treating patients. Can you give us a percentage, what percent of your practice is actually treating patients as opposed to evaluations?
Well, I'm going to be 70 next year, so I had probably I kind of wound down some of my workers' comp people, and when I turned about 65, picked up a couple extra people here and there. Not really seeing anybody right at the moment, but I'm more on call with like the Franklin County Sheriff's Office or one of the other surrounding for counseling with, as I say, with critical incidents right at this time.
So over the past 5 years, a very small amount of your practice is involved treating people?
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about the treatment that Mr. Reese had in this particular case. I know Ms. Summers went over with you the allowed conditions in the claim, which include a concussion with loss of consciousness, post-concussion syndrome, substantial aggravation of pre-existing C3 to C7 facet hypertrophy with foraminal stenosis, and a rotator cuff tear. Is that your understanding of the nature of the injuries that Mr. Reese sustained in January of 2019?
As I understood him, yes.
Okay. And at the time that you examined Mr. Reese in October of 2021, am I correct that he had been out of work since January 2019 because of these injuries?
He last worked in 1/24/2019.
And then were you aware also that as a result of these injuries, he underwent extensive treatment, including speech, vestibular, and cognitive therapies?
Yes.
And then am I also correct, or were you aware that in May of 2021, Mr. Reese underwent orthopedic surgery performed by Dr. Shaw, which was a cervical fusion?
Yes.
And then were you also aware that Mr. Reese had been regularly treating with the Metro Health Hospital Concussion Clinic, specifically with Dr. Marianne Vargo?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to review Dr. Vargo's records?
Only not in the initial. Oh yes, I did. Yeah, they're in the initial referral packet.
And then can we agree that the nature of the physical injuries that Mr. Reese sustained in January of 2019, he sustained significant physical injuries, correct?
All I can say, is the injuries are what is recognized in the claim.
And then I don't know whether or not this was mentioned during your direct testimony, but I know you gave some reference to the dimensions of the piece of metal that struck him in the head and neck. Were you aware that this object has been estimated to weigh somewhere around 60 to 65 pounds?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, you don't recall seeing that in the medical records you reviewed?
I kind of went by what he told me at the time of the interview.
All right. And then I think you indicated you did have the opportunity to review the records of Dr. Vargo at some point.
Yes.
Do you recall, in those records, there were references to him having ongoing nausea, vomiting, light sensitivity, headaches, blurred vision, sleep disruptions, and cognitive changes since his injury?
I did see reference to that.
Do you recall seeing references in Dr. Vargo's records to him having forgetfulness and memory issues?
I didn't in general, I would say yeah, though for the purposes of the evaluation, I was mainly looking at the report of Dr. Nealing.
Okay, but you did review Dr. Vargo's records?
I did.
And do you remember reading in Dr. Vargo's records that Mr. Reese presented with a depressed mood?
I believe there was some citation of that.
And do you recall seeing references to him having reduced concentration in Dr. Vargo's records?
I believe so.
Dr. Murphy, did you have the opportunity to review the record of Dr. Kip Smith, who is a psychologist with Metro Health Hospital?
I don't think his report or her report was in this packet.
Okay. Let's take a minute. I'm going to put it up on the screen, and then we can even go off the record and have you take a look at it. I'm just going to have a few questions for you. You can go off the record for a second while I try and share this.
We are off the record. The time is 12:07. We are back on the record. The time is 12:24.
So, Dr. Murphy, we were off the record briefly to give you the opportunity to review a medical record dated August 5th of 2019 from a Dr. Kip Smith, who is, it looks like a PhD with Metro Hospital. Have you had the opportunity now to review this document?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you do not believe that this is something that you previously had the chance to review, is that correct?
No.
Okay. And it looks like in the very first paragraph of this evaluation that Mr. Reese was referred to Dr. Smith by Dr. Vargo, who was treating him through the Metro Health Concussion Clinic, correct?
Apparently so.
Okay. And then under the section marked Chief Complaints, which is somewhat lengthy, and I'm looking specifically at the top, it says page 5 of 6, but at this time, Mr. Reese was reporting to Dr. Smith that he was experiencing bad anxiety when driving in heavy traffic. Do you see that?
What paragraph are you referring to?
It's the very first paragraph beginning emotionally, and at the top it says page 5 of 6.
Oh, 5 of 6, okay. Yeah, he says he has bad anxiety, especially when driving.
Okay. And that was something similar that he reported to you then some 2 years later when you evaluated him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he also reported to Dr. Smith that he was feeling anxious if he was attempting to do something and couldn't figure it out,
I believe so.
and low frustration tolerance.
Right.
And he goes on to indicate that the more frustrated he gets, the more anxious he gets.
Correct.
And ultimately, if you look at the recommendations made by Dr. Smith, which is on the last page of this document, Dr. Smith did indicate that Mr. Reese participate in individual psychotherapy. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thanks, Doctor. I don't have any more questions with regard to this particular document, but I do have some further questions for you. I believe you indicated that one of the bases for your opinion that Mr. Reese was not suffering from these two diagnosed conditions of the depressive disorder and the panic disorder was a concern about the medications he was taking and how they can mask symptoms of depression. Did I state that accurately?
Yes, you did.
Would the medications that Mr. Reese was taking at the time he saw you in October of 2021, could any of those medications have been responsible for the symptoms of the panic disorder that Dr. Yingling noted?
Here's my take on that. One, he was heavily medicated. In particular, he said when he takes the tizanidine, that leads to 4 to 5 hours of sedation. So you stop taking tizanidine, there is somewhat of a rebound effect, withdrawal effect. You're not taking a sedative. He's not taking a sedative when he's driving, so one might have some arousal, I would say, with that. I mean, typically when you see a panic attack, it should be a little bit more generalized. So from that standpoint, I kind of stand by what I said.
Okay. Dr. Yingling, and I'm talking about specifically with respect to the elements of the panic disorder, Dr. Yingling noted that Mr. Reese was experiencing pounding heart, sweating, trembling and shaking, shortness of breath, chest pain, nausea, chills or heat sensations, and persistent worry about additional panic attacks. Do you recall seeing that in Dr. Yingling's report?
I do.
Okay. And is it your testimony that the medications that Mr. Reese told you he was taking would have been responsible for all of those symptoms?
Well, I would say this. To me, as I evaluated him, his symptoms were not consistent with a diagnosable panic disorder. And again, it seemed to me, as I talked to him, it was limited to, mainly to this driving. He told me, cited on page 4, the panic lasts 30 to 40 minutes. Usually, panic episodes, the highest point of intensity is within minutes of the onset of the symptoms. So it might be a 5-minute, maybe a 10-minute level of panic, not necessarily 30 or 40 as he reported.
When Mr. Reese described his panic symptoms to Dr. Yingling, he did not limit them to just when he was driving, correct?
I don't recollect that specifically, but that may be.
And then with regard to the symptoms of the not otherwise specified depressive disorder, Dr. Yingling noticed that Mr. Reese was experiencing symptoms characteristic of a depressive disorder that caused clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay, but you did not find that in your evaluation of Mr. Reese?
I did not, no.
And then with
And
respect
can I make a comment? I was going to make a comment about the report you just gave me. I mean, in terms of his just social activities, he reported to this Dr. Smith, rides a four-wheeler, he goes to the beach, he plays with his dog. The only thing he reported to me when I talked to him was that he periodically plays with his dog. So when I look at Dr. Smith's report, I say, well, he told me more of what he does with respect to social and daily activities than what he reported to me.
And again, just so we're clear on the timing of it, when Mr. Reese saw Dr. Smith, that would have been in August of 19.
Right.
And he saw you in October of 21.
Correct.
And when he saw you, it was after he had the cervical spinal fusion. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Yingling also noticed that Mr. Reese was experiencing low mood, disrupted sleep, feelings of fatigue, and psychomotor retardation.
That's what he said.
I believe that you indicated in your direct testimony that oftentimes with some type of depressive condition, individuals will experience decreased appetite or reduced libido.
Correct.
Is it possible that one can experience symptoms of a depressive disorder without experiencing either loss of appetite or decreased libido?
It's possible.
You also talked about some misinformation in reporting as it relates to Mr. Reese's history of having had a DUI. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Reese expressed to Dr. Yingling that he had had a DUI approximately 20 years ago, and when you reviewed the record, determined that it actually had been 9 years prior, correct?
Correct.
And you also felt that it was relevant that Mr. Reese had not reported that he had a misdemeanor conviction in 2014, which would have been about 7 years before you saw him?
Correct.
Doctor, the medications that Mr. Reese was taking at the time he saw you, can you remind me again what those were?
Gabapentin, tizanidine, and trazodone.
Do you know how long he had been taking those medicines?
I just know that he was taking them at the time of my evaluation.
And do you know whether or not the doctors had tried other medications in the past for Mr. Reese?
I think they did.
And do you recall Mr. Reese indicating to Dr. Hockman, well, let me back up for a second. Did you have the opportunity to review Dr. Hoffman's records?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall Mr. Reese indicating to Dr. Hoffman that he tried to limit his use of medications?
I don't remember that specifically. I do remember seeing records where there various different medicines have been attempted and tried.
You also talked, or I believe Ms. Summers asked you about a prior treatment for psychological counseling that I believe dated back several years prior to the injury in January of 2019, along with some prescription of some unknown medication for symptoms of, I think it was depression or anxiety. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
And did Mr. Reese discuss that with you as well during your clinical evaluation?
Yes, it's on page 3 of my report.
And did he indicate to you that his symptoms, whatever those prior symptoms were, had resolved before beginning work with R.W. Sibley?
Well, I understood that he had been in some counseling, had tried some medicines, and I can't say there may not have necessarily been a DSM-5 diagnosable condition at that time.
I don't know that that addressed my question.
Okay.
Did he indicate to you whether or not his symptoms had resolved before beginning work with R.W. Sidley?
He did not.
Did you ask that question?
Well, I usually ask whether they've had previous episodes of depression or anxiety, and he indicated that he did have some pre-existing depression.
Would it change your opinion in any way if the testimony were that those symptoms had resolved prior to the injury he had in January of 2019?
No.
You also talked about some concerns you had with regard to over-reporting in some areas, under-reporting in other areas when it came to the psychological testing that you administered.
Correct.
And Dr. Yingling had also identified that same concern in his testing, correct?
Correct.
And I believe he indicated that to account for that over-reporting, he adjusted the, I don't know if it's adjusted the results or adjusted the scales to account for those types of over-reporting that was...
You can't do that on the MMPI 2RF.
I'm sorry?
The clinician cannot adjust the scores or adjust the scales or the interpretation. That's just the interpretation is what the computer generates.
Okay. But Dr. England did indicate that he took into account the over-reporting in terms of interpreting his results, correct?
That's what he said.
Dr. England also noted that Mr. Reese, when responding to some of the questions, that he noted an unusual combination of responses in terms of Mr. Reese's responses. Do you recall that?
You're talking about on the testing?
Correct.
Yes, he did.
And he indicated that that pattern of unusual responses could be explained by cognitive issues, correct?
Well, he said with non-credible reporting of somatic and or cognitive symptoms.
So he indicated that those types of reporting could be attributable to cognitive symptoms?
That's not what he said. In all due respect, I think you're putting the cart in front of the horse. He's saying that because of this response style, the unusual response style is leading to non-credible somatic or cognitive symptoms of reporting those, that is.
Okay, I believe what he indicated was that Mr. Reese provided an unusual combination of responses that is associated with non-credible reporting and/or cognitive symptoms.
Non-credible reporting of somatic and/or cognitive symptoms, correct.
Go off the record for 1 second.
We are off the record, the time is 12:41. We are back on the record, the time is 12:44.
Thanks very much. Just a couple final questions for you, Dr. Murphy. When you interviewed Mr. Reese back in October of 2021, he had expressed a prior suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
And I believe he also expressed to both you and Dr. Yingling that he was withdrawn somewhat socially.
He said he didn't associate with new friends. That's what he told me.
Okay, and I'm referring to specifically under mood and effect on page 4 of your report. He reported diminished interests and diminished pleasure and diminished concentration.
Right. But in the social interaction, he said he only relates to friends he's known for over 40 years in his family, which is on page 4 of my report.
And I also note that in your findings under the Access 1, you noted that the scales for somatic symptom, major depression, and generalized anxiety were elevated.
Correct.
Thanks for your time today, Doctor. I don't have any further questions.
Doctor, I have some follow-up questions. First of all, just going back a little bit to some earlier testimony in response to counsel's questions. You said a few years back, you sort of cut back on your private practice, if you will. From 1987, when you first became a psychologist, until just a few years ago, did you see patients on a regular basis?
I did. I had up to probably about 20, 25 people at one point.
And was that the majority of your work all of those years?
I'd say about half.
Half? What was the other half?
Evaluations.
Evaluations.
Consultations.
Okay, so you just cut back a few years ago on the private practice part of it.
I did.
I'd like to discuss this.
Actually, just so you know, I mean, on my Vita, I retired from the Perrysburg, Toledo office, and I'm probably going to be eliminating one of my offices, one of these satellite offices this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cutting back a little more, right?
Cutting back a little.
Okay. Yeah. So I'd like to talk about this evaluation now that was done by Dr. Kip Smith on 8/5 of 2019. And I'd like to first ask you, do you see anywhere in this evaluation where Dr. Smith makes any particular psychological diagnosis?
He did not make a diagnosis.
Okay. Going to the psychosocial history that claimant provided to Dr. Smith on page 3 of this evaluation. Do you see that? I think it's the...
Yeah,
okay, so it says psychosocial history. So apparently Mr. Reese relayed to Dr. Smith that he was adopted as a child and grew up in Painesville. Were you aware of that? Did Mr. Reese tell you that when you evaluated him in 2021?
No, he did not.
Is that significant?
I think it is.
And why so?
Well, it's part of a developmental history. And as this report goes on to say, he was estranged from his biological family, reluctant to, he felt he got cheated out of some family inheritance. It just goes to a more accurate portrayal of the history.
And reading on in that paragraph, do you see where it says, and this is what Dr. Smith says, and I'll quote, seems reluctant to discuss furthers, quote. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your evaluation of Mr. Reese that we discussed earlier?
From the standpoint that I were maybe overemphasized and maybe some things were minimized, yes.
Yeah, and I think you talked about getting the impression that he sort of kept some things private or to himself, or tried to do that.
Correct. And just one other thing too is if you look at past psychiatric history.
I'm going to get to that.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Let's stay under the psychosocial history. Do you see where Mr. Reese related to Dr. Smith that he had been with his girlfriend for 14 years and that they'd known each other for 30 years?
Yeah, I saw
and he indicates the support system that he has is his girlfriend, friends of 35 years, and their dog. Do you see that?
Yeah, I don't quite see that, but which picture?
Oh, right under previous military service where it says no, the next system, the next paragraph, excuse me, support system, or still on page 3. Still on page 3.
Oh, okay, yes. Right. Okay.
Okay. And why? What does that information tell you about Mr. Smith? The things he likes to do, his support system.
It means he's got a good level of social interaction, good level of support.
Okay. And then you mentioned the past psychiatric history that's noted a little further down from that.
Right.
He indicates psych history, no.
Right.
Is that accurate based on what you know about Mr. Smith?
Not what I know.
And why is that?
Well, again, he indicated to me he had some counseling for issues with his boss and was tried on some psychotropics.
And then finally, you see that under substance abuse history, at this point in time, he describes his alcohol use as minimal.
Right.
And what significance is that, if any?
Well, he said his alcohol use was minimal, but as Dr. Smith says, it appears he may be minimizing use of alcohol.
So he might not be being
Totally
truthful about all.
Correct.
And then on of this evaluation, you see this exam that formed.
Yes.
Summarize this, his appearance, his behavior process, fairly normal.
That's what it appears to be. Some poor recall events, which is consistent, indicated that issues, as most everything is in the limit range. Appears to be
consistent with your examination.
Yes.
I would like to go back to your 4.8. This is the addendum word based on to Dr. Yingling's addendum. So on page report, cited notes from Dr. Manahar.
Right.
I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that quickly. He, at that time, was Mr. Reading physician, correct? Or his family doctor?
As I understood it.
So as of 3/5/19, how does Dr. Manahar describe Mr. Reese's, I guess, psychiatric condition at that time?
He said normal.
And that is just, what, about 5 months before Dr. Kipp's evaluation in August of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And then in 2017, there's a reference to Dr. Manahar's notes again from July 14 of 2017. And how was Mr. Reese's psychiatric status described at that time?
He says the mood, psychiatric system, mood, and affect normal.
And what does he say after that, though?
Number 2, depression, anxiety disorder, patient on Paxil, 20 milligram. I think there should be 1 dose, and stopped it. Not able to tolerate the medication.
And that's in July of 2017, correct?
Correct.
And that's before the industrial injury at issue on January 2019.
Yes, it is.
And that information was not relayed to Dr. Smith when Dr. Smith did his or her evaluation in August of 2019, correct?
Correct.
The council asked you just a few moments ago about your test and the Axis 1 results that showed some elevations. Could you expound on that a little bit, the significance of that?
Well, again, those scores were elevated.
And which scores were those? I'm sorry.
Major depression, generalized anxiety, and somatic. Actually, the somatic symptom scale was the highest elevation. Well, again, I think you gotta, the old saying, take it with a grain of salt. I mean, the validity indicators, if you will, or modifying indices on the Milan are saying, hey, there was this tendency to maybe over-report, under-report on some things. So you got to be very cautious when you start to look at the clinical scales.
So the fact that your Axis 1 test showed some elevation, of what significance is that in the context of Mr. Reese's evaluation?
That there was some potential over-reporting on, it says on the scales here, generalized anxiety and major depression.
And that goes back to this sort of exaggeration, if you will?
Right.
And that is the reason for these elevations?
Based on the testing.
Based on the testing that you did?
Yes.
And doctor, just to clarify, I think we talked about this a little while ago, but you're not a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you're not taking issue with any of the findings of the medical doctors in this matter? You're not taking any issue with the treatment that Mr. Reese was provided for the allowed physical conditions in his claim, correct?
Correct.
And doctor, do you stand by your evaluation,
I do.
your testing, and your opinions in this matter that you previously expressed?
100%.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
We lost your voice.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, does the defense have another witness?
The defense does not, Your Honor.
And are you resting?
The defense rests, yes, subject to the submission of the joint exhibits.
All right, can I see counsel real quick? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has rested. That means they've presented all the evidence they intend to present. Ms. Krause, do you intend to present any rebuttal evidence?
I'm just going to call Mr. Reese back to the witness stand for one very brief issue.
All right, step forward, Mr. Reese. All right, just have a seat up here. You remain under oath, okay? All right, go ahead, Ms. Krause.
Thank you. Mr. Reese, we just had the opportunity to watch the testimony of Dr. Michael Murphy. There was an issue that came up in both Dr. Murphy's deposition, looking at the record of Dr. Kip Smith, a reference to you having been adopted.
Yes.
But there were other references to you having a relationship with your family. Can you just tell us if you are adopted and when you were adopted?
My mother's my real mother, and I don't remember. My dad's always been my dad. I mean, I was adopted. I don't really remember. I was young, very young.
So when you say that your dad's your real dad, was it your mother's husband, your stepfather who adopted you?
Yes, he was, but I don't remember my biological father at all. So, yeah, I don't know what the situation was. I was never told, and it's fine.
You maintained a relationship with
Yes.
your mother and stepfather?
Yes, yes, which his name is my name, and I don't know if my name was ever changed. I was way too young.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Summers, anything?
Just a couple questions. So, Mr. Reese, you heard some of the testimony about that evaluation you had with Dr. Smith, who I keep calling Dr. Kip for some reason. I guess his name is Dr. Kip Smith. You recall that evaluation back in 2019?
No, I don't.
Do you recall telling that psychologist that you had issues with your biological family, that you had been estranged from them for about 25 years?
I still talk to them. I mean, I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Dr. Smith that there was some, I guess, conflict, if you will, because you felt you had been disinherited by your biological family?
Well, bottom line was, it was my grandmother's money. It was just my real grandmother's money.
Mr. Reese, the question is whether you recall telling that to Dr. Smith.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No.
And you certainly didn't tell that to Dr. Murphy or to Dr. England, correct?
No.
Thank you.
All right, you can step down. Thank
you.
Anything else, Ms. Kraus?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with all the testimony and the evidence. The next phase of the trial will be the closing arguments and then the instructions. But we're not going to do that today. We're going to come back tomorrow. I'd like you to be back at about 8:25 so we can get started right at 8:30. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't look for any other information from any other source. And do not conclude anything until you start to deliberate. And do me a favor, if you're social media folks, stay off the social media, because if you put on there that you're in jury duty, then you're going to get bombarded with a million questions. So if you could forego that for one evening, I'd appreciate that. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:25.
All rise for the jury. Jurors, you want to bring your notes?
He'll tell you.
And the jury room, and I'll give you one more minute of instruction.
Did you guys look at the instructions by chance over the weekend?
I did, Your Honor.
Yeah, I looked at the instructions.
All right, do you want to, is there anything that we need to talk about with regard to those?
No, I would just like to proffer those 4 jury interrogatories that I had submitted, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to do that right now with Kathy?
Yes.
Okay, anything else beyond that?
Hang on.
All right.
I'd love to do this, Kathy, but I am proffering 4 jury interrogatories, and I would ask the court to submit to the jury when the case is submitted. And the judge decided that these would not be necessary, so I'm just going to proffer these for the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, if you guys, those instructions, I give the bulk of the instructions first, then you guys argue, then I'll give the remaining couple of pages.
Oh, okay.
So, other